a smart flash drive for your phone that hosts 250,000 photos and 500,000 HDR. I'm pretty sure how easy it is to use. First, you're
Please welcome the United States Secretary of War, Pete Hegseth.
Well, thank you, and good afternoon. You know, folks in Washington like to invoke President Reagan's name often when they criticize President Trump. They say, or at least insinuate, that Donald Trump is nothing like Ronald Reagan. They say the current president's approach is nothing like the vision championed by Ronald Reagan at the height of the Cold War, as we grappled with the Soviets and ultimately prevailed. But those folks are wrong. They're dead wrong. Most who invoke Ronald Reagan's name today, especially self-styled Republican hawks, are not much like Ronald Reagan. The policies they championed are nothing like his. In fact, for the better part of 30 years, they've been quite the opposite. If you look at actual policies, Donald Trump is the true and rightful heir of Ronald Reagan. It's President Trump who has inherited and restored President Reagan's powerful but focused and realistic approach to national defense. It's therefore only fitting that we gather at the Reagan Presidential Library today to talk about President Trump's America First, Peace Through Strength, Common Sense agenda and what it means at the Department of War. One need only look at the results to understand why President Trump is that rightful heir. So let's look at what Reagan and his administration actually did. Reagan rebuilt the military after Vietnam, and that is rightfully considered one of his greatest achievements. President Trump has done and is doing the same, making historic investments in defense. But President Reagan also believed sincerely in the peace part of peace through strength, as his actions showed. It was not a popular thing to do at the time, at the height of the Cold War, to talk to communists. Yet President Reagan did. During his high-profile meetings with Mikhail Gorbachev and others, Ronald Reagan saw the prudence and potential in engaging with our nation's adversaries from a position of strength, so he did. Even in the face of fierce criticism at home, including from his own party. Now, President Reagan wasn't naive. He recognized that fruitful engagements with our adversaries were only possible from a position of strength, especially military strength, which is why he focused so much on building up the American military. We still talk about the Reagan buildup, and my kids and yours will someday talk about the Trump buildup. President Reagan and his team inherited a military worn down from their generation's endless war in Vietnam, and they took the lessons of that war to heart. This is why he was so deliberate in how he used the joint force. Indeed, the most famous military doctrine of the Reagan administration, named for his Secretary of Defense, Caspar Weinberger, was specifically designed to correct for the failures that led to Vietnam. Among other key principles, the Weinberger Doctrine stipulated: 1, the United States should not commit forces to combat unless the vital national interest of the United States or its allies are involved. 2, U.S. troops should only be committed wholeheartedly and with a clear intention of winning, Otherwise, troops should not be committed. Third, U.S. combat troops should be committed only with clearly defined political and military objectives and with the capacity to accomplish those objectives. And fourth, the commitment of U.S. troops should be considered only as a last resort. This is sound stuff, and it was reflected in how President Reagan actually used the American military, namely in a focused, decisive manner, and only when he determined that it was in our nation's vital interest to do so. In fact, throughout his time in office, President Reagan only committed U.S. ground forces twice, in Grenada and in Lebanon. Otherwise, he focused the joint force on the Cold War era threat and priority theater, Soviets in Europe. That's how President Reagan achieved peace through strength, always with a clear eye toward lasting peace. Suffice it to say, Ronald Reagan's disciplined, focused, and realistic approach was a far cry from the grandiose, nation-building, moralistic, and rudderless wars that many of his self-described acolytes led us into in the decades after Reagan left office. Wars my generation fought in. Indeed, it's only under President Trump's leadership during his first term and now that we've been able to restore America's greatness after years of suffering under the so-called bipartisan consensus, which is really just a euphemism for disastrous foreign policy. Out with utopian idealism, in with hard-nosed realism. To be specific, Ronald Reagan taught us the value of focused, powerful leadership, but his so-called disciples didn't heed that lesson. Since the end of the Cold War, a generation of self-proclaimed neo-Reaganites have touted Reagan's name, but didn't govern like him. All the bluster, none of the clarity. That's especially true in the military realm. This generation of self-proclaimed neo-Reaganites abandoned Reagan's actual wise policies in favor of unchecked neoconservatism and economic globalism. In economics, they dismantled our industrial base, shipping it overseas. At the same time, in diplomacy and defense, they swore off the clear-eyed, flexible realism of Reagan, Nixon, and Eisenhower. Instead, they set about trying to make America the policeman, the protector, the arbiter of the whole world. Democracy for all, they said, even in the Pesh River Valley. Even when people don't want it, can't do it. They turned American allies into dependents, all but encouraging these nations across Europe and around the world to free ride while we subsidize their defense with U.S. taxpayer dollars. These self-described neo-Reaganites sought global military hegemony under the auspices of peace through strength. Instead, we got rudderless wars in the Middle East, land war in Europe, and the economic rise of China. After presiding over such a poor performance, it's remarkable that these people still think they're qualified to speak in public, let alone moralize to the rest of us. Some of them have even been awarded for it on this very stage. But President Trump knows better. He knows what it means to restore peace through strength on an enduring basis, to put our nation's interests first and the American people first in a way that is practical, applicable, and common sense, that leaves, importantly, America better, but also leaves our allies better off. It's the vision that he ran on and led on in his first term, and he's building on it now in his second. It's a vision, not the quasi-imperialist delusions that led us to so many disasters in the recent decades, that will actually bring us back to the true legacy of Ronald Reagan. Out with utopian idealism, in with hard-nosed realism. Just look at the facts. Like President Reagan, President Trump is dedicated to both sides of the peace through strength coin, not just using that phrase as a thin veil for warmongering. In less than a year, President Trump has secured 8 major peace deals, including a historic end to the war in Gaza. And he's not finished yet. Even as we speak, under the president's leadership, we are working tirelessly to end the tragic war in Ukraine. A war that never would have started in the first place if he had been president. The world sees an entirely different America today. These historic opportunities for peace are not happening by chance. It's President Trump's vision and determination. Like President Reagan, President Trump is willing to talk to rivals. From Mikhail Gorbachev to Deng Xiaoping in the 1980s to Vladimir Putin and Xi Jinping today. This is born of strength, not weakness. It is born of clarity of purpose. Folks in Washington like to criticize President Trump for doing so, but those critics forget that this is exactly what Ronald Reagan did. And America was better off for it. Like President Reagan, President Trump also knows how important it is to negotiate from a position of strength, especially military strength. And at the newly renamed Department of War, thanks to President Trump's leadership and to Congress, we received a historic boost in funding last year and believe that is only just the beginning. Make no mistake about it, President Trump is hell-bent on maintaining and accelerating the most powerful military the world has ever seen. The most powerful, the most lethal, and American-made. The arsenal of freedom. We're also restoring the warrior ethos back to basics: readiness, accountability, standards, discipline, lethality. I'm not sure if you saw, but I recently gave a speech on that topic to a few generals in Quantico. The War Department is the sword and the shield of peace through strength. We are the Strength Department, and we stand ready to wield that sword as President Trump directs. The opposite of peace through strength is war through weakness. Wokeness, weakness, and war. All specialties of Joe Biden and Lloyd Austin. The debacle in Afghanistan, a stain on our country and a sin committed against the troops. The weakness that unleashed Islamist war against Israel on October 7th. And that same weakness invited war in Ukraine. And Vladimir Putin saw the open door and he took it. Spy balloons flying over our country and SecDefs going AWOL for a week. Wokeness, weakness, war. You know, I was recently tempted when the discussion went out about hitting drug boats to use the phrase righteous strike. But then my team counseled me against it and said, sir, that's the phrase that was used by Mark Milley when a family of Afghans was struck as a response to what happened at Abbey Gate. They called it for 2 straight days a righteous strike, when they would have known within hours exactly what they struck. Weakness, wokeness, war. It's a new day. With Operation Midnight Hammer, the world saw, after decades of hemming and hawing, the decisive effect of American military strength in obliterating the Iranian nuclear program. President Trump said they can't have a nuclear bomb. And he meant it. Others have said it. President Trump did it. This operation was a textbook example of the Weinberger Doctrine in action. Decisive, focused, applied in a focused, clear-eyed way that advanced our nation's interests while avoiding another protracted war. Same goes for our limited but lethal actions against the Houthis in Yemen. Joe Biden tolerated the targeting of U.S. shipping. President Trump restored freedom of navigation. Another foundational and core national interest. Somewhere, Thomas Jefferson is smiling. And right now, the world is seeing the strength of American resolve in stemming the flow of lethal drugs to our country. Here, again, we've been focused, and here we've been clear. If you're working for a designated terrorist organization and you bring drugs to this country in a boat, we will find you and we will sink you. Let there be no doubt about it. President Trump can and will take decisive military action as he sees fit to defend our nation's interests. Let no country on earth doubt that for a moment. Like President Reagan, President Trump knows how to do so in a way that is tied to a clear purpose with a decisive and credible theory of military victory. Just as the lessons of Vietnam informed Ronald Reagan and his Weinberger Doctrine, so too the lessons of Iraq and Afghanistan guide President Trump and his secretary today. For years, a bipartisan consensus of neoconservatives and liberal internationalists led us from one disaster to another. They sent our nation's sons and daughters to war after rudderless war, even as they allowed our allies to grow weaker and our potential rivals stronger. From the very beginning, nearly a decade ago, President Trump called this out for what it is: stupid. An America last foreign policy. And they fought him for it. They tried to jail him for it, and they failed. Well, their time is over. Their America Last bipartisan consensus is done. It is finished. Under President Trump's leadership, after decades of disastrous decisions by this nation's self-appointed so-called foreign policy elite, we're once again putting American interests first. We're prioritizing our nation's security, freedom, and prosperity, our citizens. As laid out by President Trump, we're doing it in a way that leaves not only our nation better off, but also the world. Out with utopian idealism, in with hard-nosed realism. The president's approach is one of that flexible but practical realism, common sense, if you will, that looks at the world with a clear-eyed perspective, essential for serving America's real interests. The approach is informed by strategic rationality and cost-benefit assessments. We will define our vital interests in ways that are reasonable and that make sense to ordinary Americans. This is the approach and mindset that shapes the department's focus. As a result, the War Department will not be distracted by democracy-building, interventionism, undefined wars, regime change, climate change, woke moralizing, and feckless nation-building. We will instead put our nation's practical, concrete interests first. We will deter war. We will advance our interests. We will defend our people. Peace is our goal. And in service of that objective, we will always be ready to fight and win decisively if called upon. As part of this mission, we are asking American taxpayers to fund the world's greatest military. We're asking mothers and fathers across America to trust us with their most precious resource, their sons and daughters. And we will honor their trust and their sacrifice. The historic recruiting and retention numbers of President Trump's first year show who the American people trust. This means we will not send America's best to advance foolhardy or reckless adventures halfway around the world. It also means not asking them to pick up the tab for allies who should fund their own defense. Instead, and above all, it means that we only ask our warriors to fight for things that make America and Americans safe, free, and prosperous. Life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. Nothing more and nothing less. Again, this is common sense, and that's what President Trump's War Department is all about. This common sense approach means prioritizing 4 key lines of effort at the Department of War. First, defending the U.S. homeland and our hemisphere. Second, deterring China through strength, not confrontation. Third, increased burden sharing for U.S. allies and partners. And fourth, supercharging the U.S. defense industrial base. As we apply President Trump's approach to flexible realism, the first 2 lines of effort are the primary operational focus of the Joint Force, for the simple reason that these missions matter the most for safety, freedom, and prosperity of Americans. At the same time, however, other threats persist around the world, including in Europe and the Middle East. We cannot ignore them, nor should we. That's why our approach also prioritizes burden sharing and burden shifting. Indeed, for the first time since Reagan's era, allied and partner burden sharing is no longer an afterthought or a nice to have. today is a core element of our national defense. And finally, the fourth line of effort, maybe the most important, supercharging America's defense industrial base underwrites everything else. Last month, I gave another speech in Washington, this time to defense industry leaders, to announce a department-wide, not reform, a transformation of requirements, acquisitions, and foreign military sales. Our objective is simple if monumental. Transform the entire acquisition system to rapidly accelerate the fielding of capabilities and focus on results. The bottom line is a historic, generational, and transformational changes that we will implement and will move us from the current prime contractor-dominated system, defined by limited competition, vendor lock, cost-plus contracts, stressed budgets, and frustrating protests, to a future powered by dynamic vendor space that accelerates production by combining investment at a commercial pace with the uniquely American ability to scale and scale quickly, all at the speed of urgency. That speech stands on its own. So I'll spend the balance of my time here talking about the other three lines of effort, the first of which are defending the U.S. homeland and hemisphere. The Biden administration was more concerned about Ukraine's borders than our own. They tried to make it controversial to say that border security is national security. But that is, of course, absurd. Border security is national security, and we are prioritizing it accordingly. Since January 20th, at the direction of President Trump, the Department of War has made it a top priority to defend our nation's borders, to get 100% operational control of that border. We did so by surging forces, where our troops partner with DHS and CBP to seal the border. Under Joe Biden, tens of millions of illegals, and we have no idea where the hell they came from or where the hell they are, flowed across our border. Not to mention lethal narcotics responsible for the death of hundreds of thousands of Americans. Today, the number of illegals crossing into our country is 0. We are saving lives and communities, and we are keeping it that way. We're also proud to support our law enforcement partners as they conduct mass deportations of dangerous illegals who have no business being in our country. We'll secure the border in part by organizing, training, and equipping units specifically for border defense missions, including operations in the land, maritime, and air domains, alongside our interagency partners. We're also leaning on our Mexican counterparts to do more. They have made progress and will need to see more, and quickly. And so far in this administration, nobody has built more new border wall than the Department of War. But our borders shouldn't be the first line of defense for the American homeland. They should be the last line of defense. And that's why we're prioritizing our fight against cartels throughout the Western Hemisphere. You could just look at the news. Not all of the news. The days in which these narco-terrorists, designated terror organizations, operate freely in our hemisphere are over. These narco-terrorists are the Al-Qaeda of our hemisphere, and we are hunting them with the same sophistication and precision that we hunted Al-Qaeda. We are tracking them, we are killing them, and we will keep killing them so long as they are poisoning our people with narcotics so lethal that they're tantamount to chemical weapons. And we're not doing this on our own. Throughout our hemisphere, our allies and partners recognize that these narco-terrorists threaten them as well. So we're working together, sometimes overtly, sometimes not, and we'll keep doing so for the sake of a safer, secure, and more stable hemisphere for all of us. But make no mistake, where a country cannot or will not do its part, then we at the Department of War will always be ready to take decisive action. In this hemisphere, in our hemisphere, there is no safe haven for narco-terrorists. Securing the border does not mean we're losing sight of other critical homeland defense missions. On the contrary, we're doubling down. One of the first executive orders signed by President Trump was for the creation of Golden Dome for America, a revolutionary approach to defend our nation from advanced aerial threats. And we're accelerating efforts on that right now. And Golden Dome will produce tangible protection for this country inside the time frame of this administration and beyond. President Reagan promised SDI, Strategic Defense Initiative. President Trump's doing the same thing. Now the tech has caught up, and we can actually build the Golden Dome for America, a game changer. At the same time, we're also rapidly strengthening our nation's ability to deter and defend against cyber attacks on Department of War and dual-use targets, including through the most comprehensive overhaul of U.S. Cyber Command since it was started 15 years ago. Nor have we lost sight of the threat of global jihadism. As with narco-terrorists, working alongside our partners in the IC and other agencies, as well as partners abroad, we will continue to hunt and kill Islamist terrorists with the intent and ability to strike our homeland. All of this, of course, rests upon the power of our nation's nuclear deterrent, which is the foundation of our nation's defense. Nothing else matters if we don't get this right, and so we will. As President Trump has said, we will modernize our nation's nuclear triad. We will develop additional options to support deterrence and escalation management, and we will never allow this nation to be left vulnerable to nuclear blackmail, even in a world where we face two other major nuclear-armed powers. And we will test nuclear weapons and nuclear delivery systems on an equal basis as others. Finally, the department's activities throughout the Western Hemisphere aren't just about killing narco-terrorists, they're also about deterring and defending our nation's interests against other threats in the hemisphere. To that end, the department will always provide the president with credible options when needed. That includes guaranteeing U.S. military and commercial access to key terrain, like the Panama Canal, the Caribbean, the Gulf of America, the Arctic, and Greenland. In all instances, we stand ready to work in good faith with our neighbors, but they must do their part to defend shared interests. Where they do not, the War Department stands ready to take focused and decisive action that advances U.S. interests. This is the Trump corollary to the Monroe Doctrine, recently codified so clearly in the National Security Strategy. After years of neglect, the United States will restore U.S. military dominance in the Western Hemisphere. We will use it to protect our homeland and access to key terrain throughout the region. We will also deny adversaries' ability to position forces or other threatening capabilities in our hemisphere. Past administrations perpetuated the belief that the Monroe Doctrine had expired. They were wrong. The Monroe Doctrine is in effect, and it is stronger than ever under the Trump corollary. A common sense restoration of our power and prerogatives in this hemisphere, consistent with U.S. interests. The second line of effort for the War Department is deterrence against China, through strength, not through confrontation. Under President Trump's leadership, relations between the United States and China are better and stronger than they've been in many years. President Trump and this administration seek a stable peace, fair trade, and respectful relations with China. In November, President Trump and President Xi reached a major breakthrough in trade, putting both nations on a strong economic pathway. Reciprocal state visits in 2026 provide the opportunity for even more progress. The War Department is committed to the same approach, opening a wider range of military-to-military communications with the People's Liberation Army, aimed at deconfliction and de-escalation. We laid the groundwork for this with our counterparts months ago at ASEAN in Malaysia, and will continue that work. This line of effort is based on flexible realism, not naivete, an approach aimed not at domination, but rather at a balance of power. A balance of power that will enable all of us, all countries, to enjoy a decent peace in an Indo-Pacific where trade flows openly and fairly, where we can all prosper and all interests are respected. That's the world that we seek in the Indo-Pacific, and that is what our approach is designed to produce. We will be strong, but not unnecessarily confrontational. To quote another great Republican president, we will speak softly and carry a big stick. As I said at Shangri-La earlier this year, we're not trying to strangle China's growth. We're not trying to dominate or humiliate them, nor are we trying to change the status quo over Taiwan. Our interests in the Indo-Pacific are significant, but also scoped and reasonable. This includes the ability for us, along with allies, to be postured strongly enough in the Indo-Pacific to balance China's growing power. This means ensuring none of our allies are vulnerable to sustained, successful military aggression. This is what we mean by deterrence in the Indo-Pacific. Not dominating China, but rather ensuring they do not have the ability to dominate us or our allies. It's common sense. In this vein, our role at the Department of War is essential. It's our job to make sure Beijing sees unquestionable U.S. military strength that, if necessary, can back up our national interests. Even as we make clear our peaceful intentions, we insist that, as a Pacific nation ourselves, China respect our long-standing interests in the Indo-Pacific. And not just insist, but maintain the manifest strength to underwrite it. This involves respecting the historic military buildup they are undertaking. Our department maintains a clear-eyed appreciation of how rapid, formidable, and holistic the military buildup has been. We take these capabilities seriously. It would be silly and frankly disrespectful not to. This approach requires focus, prioritization, and clarity of purpose. That's why we will ensure our military can, if God forbid necessary, project sustained capabilities along the First Island chain and throughout the Indo-Pacific. That means being so strong that aggression is not even considered, and that peace is preferred and preserved. This is deterrence by denial. It is our job to ensure that President Trump is always able to negotiate from a position of strength in order to sustain peace in the Indo-Pacific. This is not a pivot for tomorrow. It is a reality for today. And finally, our third line of effort is increasing burden sharing with U.S. allies around the world. Here again, many self-ascribed neo-Reaganites seem to have lost the plot. According to them, only the United States has the ability to provide for defense and deterrence in Europe, the Middle East, and the Indo-Pacific. According to them, if the United States doesn't do it, nobody will. In fact, according to some, America is actually better off subsidizing these allies' defenses, even if they're perfectly capable of doing more for themselves and our collective defense. That is, of course, patently ridiculous, not to mention insulting to our allies. It's actually vitally important for America's allies and partners to step up and do their part for our collective defense. This isn't just a matter of doing right by Americans who are rightfully frustrated by years of allied free riding. This is pragmatic. As we rightly prioritize our homeland hemisphere in the Indo-Pacific, threats persist in other regions, and our allies need to step up. And step up for real. Our allies in Europe face Russia. Iran has been set back by the president and Israel's actions, but remains a threat in the Middle East. And of course, North Korea looms on the Korean Peninsula. We must also prepare for the possibility of simultaneous threats in different regions. That doesn't mean we think such simultaneous action is likely or even necessarily inevitable, but it's something the Department of War must be prepared for. And the best way to prepare for this is not by pretending we can do everything or be everywhere, effectively handing a permission slip for our allies' laggardly defense efforts. This neo-Reaganite attitude led us to fritter away our soldiers' lives, our natural resources, and our citizens' support in rudderless wars. Our approach is fundamentally different and in keeping with the noble tradition of President Reagan as well as Nixon and Eisenhower. We will actually, for real, get our allies and partners to step up and do their part. We will no longer tolerate free riding. President Trump has shown the way with his historic leadership that yielded the commitments at NATO's Hague Summit. There, NATO committed to spend 5% of GDP on defense, 3.5% on core military, and 1.5% on security-related investments, and pledged to take primary responsibility for Europe's conventional defense. Things most folks sitting here just 5 years ago would have thought completely impossible. We're now using this template to press our allies around the world to meet this new global standard the president has set. And it's working. First, there was Europe and Canada. And just last month, South Korea committed to spend 3.5% of GDP on core military spending and assume the leading role in the ROC's conventional defense. We are optimistic that other Indo-Pacific allies will follow suit. In a few years, thanks to President Trump's visionary leadership, we will have our allies, which include some of the wealthiest and most productive countries in the world, once again fielding combat-credible militaries and boasting revived defense industrial industries. This will form a powerful, shared defensive shield, with well-armed allies around the world ready to defend themselves, their interests, and our collective interests. Real partnerships and alliances based on hard power, not just flags and fancy conferences based on theories and hot rhetoric. Our allies are not children. They're nations capable of doing far more for themselves than they have. And it's time they stand up, and they are. In fact, many of them are nations who have proud and powerful martial traditions of their own, and we should treat them that way. We can and should and must expect them to do their part exactly as President Trump has. Model allies that step up, like Israel, South Korea, Poland, increasingly Germany, the Baltics, and others, will receive our special favor. Allies that do not, allies that still fail to do their part for collective defense, will face consequences. President Trump, makes sense to me, likes helping countries that help themselves. And we feel the same way. That's the nature of partnerships rather than dependencies. It's what we owe our friends, and most importantly, what we owe the American people. This is a period of great consequence for our great republic. Our forefathers fought and won the Cold War, ushering in a unipolar moment during which America stood alone. It was a time of tremendous opportunity, well earned after a century marked by 2 world wars and a Cold War, always under a nuclear shadow. Well, as you know, that unipolar moment is over, and we have an opportunity to define what comes next. Under President Trump's leadership, that's exactly what we're doing. The Department of War, at the President's direction, is laser focused on advancing America first, peace through strength, common sense efforts. We're reviving the warrior ethos, we are rebuilding our great military, and every day our warriors are reestablishing the deterrence that Joe Biden so foolishly gave away. We owe safety, freedom, and prosperity to the American people, and we will deliver. We will achieve peace through strength, which is what the American people voted for and what President Trump demands. And in doing this, we appeal to Almighty God, just as our forefathers did. George Washington, the founder of the War Department, appealed to God's providence during every step of our improbable revolution. On prayer, on bended knee, on the battlefield. Ronald Reagan did the same, appealing to heaven as the world hung in the balance. We do the same today, with Jesus Christ as our God. May He grant us the wisdom to see what is right and the courage to do it. May God bless our warriors, and may God bless our great republic. Thank you.
Well said, sir. Well said. Welcome to all the patriots. Just today, after we get done watching all of our patriotic videos, Pete Hegseth is going to take some questions. It was not continuously on the live that I was able to catch, but I do have the next event, which is the second half of what you guys just saw in there. So if you are a mod, I should have 2 or 3 of them in here. No negative comments. I want everybody to just listen and enjoy our leaders talk. You see, they are our leaders, not theirs. Apparently, they don't understand that we are supposed to respect the people that we put in office. So if they didn't vote for them, I can understand that. So if you're a mod, sis, you know what to do. 45, 47, everything respect for the president. Anybody coming in here talking shit about our leaders or anything that we are doing for this country, let's not forget, people, democracy has been used and we won. So let us have our peace. Let us do our job. Let us support our leaders, because your leaders, the people you supported, shit it all over this country. And, well, we're trying to clean up all the diarrhea that you left for us to clean up. So thank you very much, and keep your mouth shut if you don't like us.
Please welcome to the stage Mr. Lucas Tomlinson of Fox News.
Thank you for your remarks, Mr. Secretary, and for joining us here at the Reagan National Defense Forum. You're reminded, not only in your remarks, but all morning, about the Reagan Doctrine. That's peace through strength. Let's remind everybody here what fueled that strength, and that was defense spending that was roughly two times more than what the U.S. is spending today. My question to you, Mr. Secretary, should the U.S. be spending more? There are many people in this audience responsible for building, operating, and funding combat systems.
Well, the president has said and continues to say he's committed to rebuilding the military, and that requires spending and substantial spending. People have asked me what keeps me up, and other than the operational aspects of the job, the men and women out there doing the work for us, which of course is top of mind always, it's actually been the budget. It's actually been resources. It's actually been ensuring that our team does all the spade work necessary with the services to make sure we're properly representing what we need to deter and fight and win our nation's wars. That's just this week, and I was with some of you, was there in the Oval having these very discussions about FY26 and FY27. And all I can say today is the president is committed to ensuring that our services, our great companies, our industries have what is needed to what we say and we call rebuilding the arsenal of freedom. We need a revived defense industrial base. We need those capabilities. We need them yesterday. And so resource-wise, I think this room will be encouraged by what we'll see soon, but I don't want to get too ahead of it.
Because at the high mark of President Reagan, we were spending 6% of our GDP on defense. At the low mark of Jimmy Carter's presidency, we were spending 4.5% of GDP, and today it's about 3%. Do you think that number will go up?
I think that number is going up. I don't want to get in front of the president and his desire to properly shape what the budget should look like. But just reading the tea leaves, just watching it, he understands the threat better than anybody I've ever seen articulate and understand the threat, and that includes investment. He just needs to make sure, by the way, if you haven't met our Deputy Secretary, Steve Feinberg, he's the absolute best in the business. He understands how to drive budgets, how to drive change, and he and I, along with the chairman, Dan Kane in the front here, are absolutely shoulder to shoulder in the belief of representing the president exactly what we need to make sure we're at the proper level, and I believe it'll be going up.
Can you take us back to the September 2nd strike off the coast of Venezuela, the very first one when combat operations began in the Caribbean, and walk us through the timeline and your role in it, from mission planning, the operation, and the follow-on strikes?
Absolutely. So it took us a couple of weeks, almost a month, to develop, and I can't get into sources and methods and all of those things for obvious reasons, but you have to develop the intel picture, get an understanding of what you're looking at. And a lot of our assets, as I talked about in the speech, have been pointing 10,000 miles around at the other side of the world for a very long time. So once we got to the point where a strike was imminent, I had taken the decision responsibility up to my level. Not many military decisions should be made by the Secretary of War. I believe in deferring those decisions to local commanders as much as possible. But because of the strategic implications of the first few strikes, I wanted to hold that decision at my level. And the briefing that I received before that strike was extensive, exhaustive, I would say, as each one is since. On the military side, on the civilian side, lawyers, intel analysts, red teaming, every aspect. What do we know? What do we know about their affiliation? A lot of things I can't share in this room. to give us the kind of confidence that we know where this is coming from, who's driving it, who's on it, what their intentions are, where it's all the details you need to strike a designated terrorist organization, which is an important thing to remember at the top of all this. The president has designated these as terror organizations, poisoning and threatening the American people, making them a target just like Al-Qaeda. So in that room, in that moment, it was, I can't remember exactly how long it would have been, 20, 30 minutes of a preview of exactly what's going on. And my job was to say, execute or don't execute. So I was satisfied with the strike criteria, yes. Saw the strike itself, which all of you have seen. There was probably 30 or 40 minutes, is what I've been told, of dust, and it was on fire for a long time after that. I stayed for probably five minutes or so after, but ultimately at that point it was a tactical operation, and so I moved on to other things. I shouldn't be fighting tactics as the Secretary of War, so I moved on to other things. Later on, a couple hours later, I was told, hey, there had to be a reattack because there were a couple folks that could still be in the fight, access to radios, there was a link-up point of another potential boat, drugs were still there, they were actively interacting with them, had to take that reattack. I said, Roger, sounds good. From what I understood then and what I understand now, I fully support that strike. I would have made the same call myself. Those that were involved in 20 years of conflict, Iraq and Afghanistan or elsewhere, know that reattacks and restrikes of combatants on the battlefield happen often. In this particular case, it was well within the authorities of Admiral Bradley, who's an incredible American, an American hero. And the 22 or 23 strikes since have followed a similar protocol of ensuring we meet the criteria. The decision's not at my level anymore. And then we take the strike.
Now, after Admiral Bradley's meetings on Capitol Hill with the chairman of the Joint Chiefs, President Trump said he would have no problem if the full video of the strike is released. When can we see that video? When will you release it?
We're reviewing it right now to make sure sources, methods, I mean, it's an ongoing operation, TTPs. We've got operators out there doing this right now, so whatever we were to decide to release, we'd have to be very responsible about. So we're reviewing that right now.
Did you at any time say that everybody on board should be killed?
Is anybody here from the Washington Post? I don't know where you get your sources, but they suck. Of course not. Anybody that's been in the Situation Room or they've been in the war room there, Secretary's office, no, you don't walk in and say, kill him. It's just patently ridiculous. It's meant to create a cartoon of me and the decisions that we make and how we make them. It's ridiculous. The chairman and Admiral Bradley and everybody shot it down immediately because anybody that knows that's not how things go. There's a very defined process, specific criteria, go, no go, yes, no, lawyers, intel analysts, everything. And then after that, you simply say, cleared hot or not.
And
so,
did you have a plan to deal with survivors?
There was protocol for dealing with survivors, but in that, and frankly, there was 10 strikes later, there was a semi-submersible that I think folks here, meaning a submarine. You don't go fishing on a submarine full of drugs. And in that particular case, the first strike didn't take it out. A couple guys jumped off and swam, from what I understand, a ways away. When we struck the submarine a second time, it sunk, and then you had two people that you had to go get, and we had the ability to go get them. We gave them back to their host countries. That's a story that's already been out in the public. So we didn't change our protocol, it was just a different circumstance. So what people think is cavalier or cowboy about it is the exact opposite. These are the most professional Americans going through specific processes about what they can and cannot do, understanding all the authorities, all the laws of war, all the capabilities, and applying it to deter our adversaries. And by the way, there aren't many people getting in boats right now running drugs, which is the whole point. We want to stop the poisoning of the American people. The catch and release program of the pat them on the head and release them so they can go back to the fight didn't work in Iraq and Afghanistan, and it's not going to work in the Caribbean. So we're putting them at the bottom of the Caribbean, which forces them to change the way they operate and hopefully makes the American people safer in the process. Not hopefully, it will make the American people safer in the process.
So, Mr. Secretary, you will be releasing that full video?
We are reviewing it right now.
Is that a yes or no?
That is, the most important thing to me are the ongoing operations in the Caribbean with our folks that use bespoke capabilities, techniques, procedures in the process. I'm way more interested in protecting that than anything else. So we're reviewing the process and we'll see.
Let's move over to China, who now has the world's largest navy. For every 8 warships they're building each year, the United States is only building 1.8. They're building and modernizing their nuclear forces, building a nuclear triad. They're helping Russia build artillery, 300,000 rounds a month. The U.S. can only muster 40,000 rounds manufacture a month. How concerned are you about these numbers? Chinese shipbuilding is 230% greater than the United States' capability. How worried are you about that?
Well, we're obviously well aware of their historic military buildup. It's right in front of us. The most important thing we can do is look inward and increase our urgency of ensuring we rebuild our defense industrial base in the Arsenal of Freedom. I mean, that's why we're crisscrossing the country. That's why we did an entire acquisitions, requirements, and foreign military sales overhaul. Not a reform, not a tinkering. Ask the folks that understand it, our folks that are doing it. This is a complete game change in how we deliver systems to the battlefield. We have to. We don't have time. Ultimately, we need to be able to field the best as quickly as possible. So we see it, we're aware, but we're also prudent in how we approach it, which is the way the president has approached it, and we'll do the same.
Speaking of time, we're running short, but I know the IG report cleared you with signal. If you had to do it again, would you have used it before combat operations?
I don't live with any regrets. It's not a healthy way to live. And I know exactly where my compass is on these troops, which is why you've seen, and the same with the president, the revival of the spirit inside our military. If you spend, I would encourage some reporters here to spend some time with actual formations of units, Marines, soldiers out there, combat arms folks. The revival of the spirit, the desire to join and to re-enlist is at historic levels because they believe in the core of what the president's trying to do. They know he has their back. They know I have their back. Silly news stories peddled for months and months and months and months and months because you got to fill. I know something about filling cable news segments. You got to do it. Is not something I worry about or they worry about.
When you were a young platoon leader in Iraq, would you have wanted any of your soldiers communicating your mission before leaving the wire?
Lucas, I had to use an AT&T payphone to call home for $1.99 a minute. Some contractor was ripping us off. So I would have liked anyway to actually communicate back home.
AI, a quick question on AI. Would you rather to see your soldiers, Marines on the front lines armed with more AI capability or have them replaced with autonomous systems?
I think it's going to be both. I mean, you watch the modern battlefield, it has to be both. A couple companies we visited yesterday and others I've seen, and what AI is doing to 10, 100, 1,000x the speed of sensing, and everything we do on the modern battlefield is critical. But autonomy is we see it in Ukraine, we see it elsewhere, we're learning from that, the Army's learning from that, is a huge part of the way of the future. So it's definitely going to be both.
Well, this number is flashing 0. One last question, a small one. Who's going to win next
how to
week?
Get another one in.
Army or Navy? Who are you going to be rooting for?
You know,
there we go. Heard that?
He's a Naval Academy grad, I know that. I'm not supposed to answer that question. If I was a good politician, I wouldn't answer that question. But I will say that the Marine Corps, of all the services, is the service that never wavered. When there was a lot of political prerogatives, a lot of nonsense in the space, the Marine Corps stood strong. So for this one, maybe not next one, for this one, I'm with Navy. How about that?
Secretary of War Pete Hegseth. And President Trump will be showing up here soon enough. So we'll just keep that pending. We'll keep an eye on that so we can go ahead and watch it together. I am glad that you guys are here with me. Today is Saturday. I want the room clean. I want no negativity. I want only patriots and people that really want to be here to be on this chat. Any moron that comes in here just throwing insults off the bat, they don't want to come over here to try to be informed. They just want to come over here to insult people. And it's a damn shame. If they really are Americans, what a shame. You know, you can't say that you want, you know, to be united and then you treat your own family that is actually fighting for the rights of the family. You can't do that. You can turn against your family because of outsiders. You just don't do that. You know, we can fight ourselves amongst us because we're family, right? But we're not going to allow some chump to come out of somewhere else to come and fight our brothers and sisters. We're just not going to do that. So it is kind of the same sentiment that I have for today. At least every time that we're watching, say, you know, sometimes we do want people to come in here, and we don't want to like really, you know, kick people out all the time, because then YouTube is not going to send new patrons to come and join us. And we have gotten quite a few patrons to join us. I know a lot of haters join us just so they can come here right away. Like you can tell, they don't even come in and say, hey guys, how are you? Nope, they just jump right in and start insulting us for some reason. So we're not going to stand for that. Now, while we are waiting, we're not going to waste time. I want to show you something here. I know you guys may have seen this. I'm not going to have audio on it because they do put music on sometimes. But I want to share this with you. I'm sure you guys know about this. But we're just going to watch this while we wait for President Trump. And take a look at the boats that actually show up doing the drug runs. And you tell me if they look familiar. Let me see if I can have some audio.
Made a fatal decision in the Eastern Pacific. Their boat was moving at 50 knots. Fishing vessels.
Yeah, we can't play with the music. But we're just going to go ahead and watch that while we're waiting for the live. Not only that, but there is an update that, and I mean, we kind of already knew this, but the fraud in Minnesota is getting closer to 8 billion instead of the 1 billion that they initially have been confirming. I believe when I listened to the first news, they did say 8 billion right off the bat, but then they kept reporting just 1 billion. And apparently they're starting to see more fraud and, you know, and these Democrats, guys, these Democrats that have been skimming money of this our taxpayers' money, dollars, they have been using these with NGOs. We already know this, right? They laundry money through NGOs, meaning that they have a fake Dennis Foundation and they're giving millions and hundreds of millions of dollars because Dennis really cares about the poor and he's getting all these donations. Well, Dennis is not getting jack. He's not getting anything, but yet the pirates and Somalia, funny you said pirates, the pirates in Somalia, they're getting money. Terrorists in Somalia, they're getting money. The government in Somalia, they're getting money. They are more pissed off at President Donald Trump, and you will have noticed that they have been attacking President Donald Trump more lately because he canceled USAID. That is the problem that they have. He canceled USAID. And we see the economy, the bank, the managers and, you know, presidents of the banks in Somalia are out there saying that the economy is going down because USAID is not giving them hundreds of millions of dollars anymore. So think about that. And I wish that our brothers on the left side would realize that if we stop all the fraud and abuse, just think about this, guys. We already have people interested. Check out the boats, guys. Check out the boats. Look at that. Check out the boats. 4 engines on this one. Some of them have 3. Look at that boat. Does that look familiar, guys? Just wait. There's better photos. Look at that. Oh, it's a fishing boat. Sorry. Fishing boat with no fishing rods. Only bags of cocaine. But anyway, I wish that the left side will come in here and be like, hey, let's take a look at this. Okay, hold on. So we got tariffs. All right, we just made a couple $100 billion in tariffs. What else we got? Well, USAID is no longer giving hundreds of millions of dollars to third world countries that are not using it for help. They are using it to destroy America. Well, let's take a look at this fraud. $8 billion just in the Somali community. $8 billion. Imagine this. All this fraud and abuse being found out. Now, Seattle, blue city, blue states, they're fighting it. They are fighting DOJ. They're fighting DOJ because they don't want to be audited, because they know that if they get audited, they are going to be found out. And we know what's going to happen when they get found out. A lot of people, I want to see a lot of people go to jail. So I wish that they will come in and say, okay, guys, you know what? I'm going to stop insulting you guys. Let me see what you guys are about. Show us what you're looking at, and then let's see what happens. You know what I'm saying? But they don't do that. Look at that boat. You see that boat, guys? That's what I was telling you, that the kind of boats. I don't know what, I think Cheryl or somebody here, Tanya maybe, named the kind of boat. Okay, blah, blah, bye-bye. Thanks for stopping by. You know, these are not fishermen. Fishermen, I don't think fishermen go that deep in the water to go fishing on a little tiny boat like that, especially with no cover or things like that, right? Let's see. Yeah, our president is not a criminal. It's a great president. Look at that. Look at the fishermen, guys. Yeah, and look at that. Fishermen. Oh, look, more fishermen. Thousands of pounds of drugs are being caught. Look at that fishing boat right there. Yeah, yeah. This one only has 2 engines. I'm telling you, the Coast Guard is catching hundreds of thousands, tons of drugs. The Coast Guard, the U.S. Coast Guard, that's over here, guys. That's close to our country. This is why Pete Hegseth, the Secretary of War, and the President are very certain that that's what these boats are bringing. So we're not going to be playing around. These guys step out of line, they got to go. They will be taken out. That's, hey, listen, if they hit a boat, it's not meant to be survivors. No, we're going to hit them twice. Make sure that boat is completely destroyed and that nobody survives. Nobody's trying to save lives over there. Over here, we're still using the National Guard and, you know, we're using tactics. It's our ocean. We can afford to have all of these smaller vessels come out there, etc. But we're not going to be playing that game over there by Venezuela. They got to go. They got to go. Look at those fishing men. Come on. Fisherman. Look at that. Look at that boat. Does that boat look familiar? Look at that. That one has 1, 2, 3, 4 engines. And it looks just like a small boat. Those are pretty big boats. That's what, at least what, 20 feet maybe? Look at that. That's pretty big. That's very long. And they can actually hold a lot of weight. It's crazy. It is crazy. Yeah, not a war crime. Yeah, if we miss, we'll make sure we hit it again just to make sure we didn't miss. Yeah, this whole war crime, you guys are, pathetic. You know, we don't shoot to see if anybody survives. No, we shoot to destroy everything. And if we got to hit them twice, we're going to hit them twice. We're not trying to just maim a boat and then have to go in the ocean and rescue some people that are trying to kill American lives. Nope. They got to go. Destroyed. They got to get the message. After 20-something boats that have been hit, you're going to tell me these criminals haven't figured out yet that we're not going to be taking them in under arrest, that we are actually going to destroy them 100%? No survivors. Let this be a message that we are not playing games. If you see, here's the thing that you don't understand. These people that come in here, they're bringing hundreds of millions of dollars worth of drugs. They get paid millions to do this run. That's why they sacrifice their life. That's why they sacrifice the almost getting caught or the higher possibility of getting caught, because their return money-wise is huge. So they think, okay, well, if I go to jail, I mean, they're going to have to release me at some point because I am not from that country. But if they send them back to Venezuela for punishment or whatever, they're just going to be released and boom, get sent on the next shipment. We are not going to do that. People don't understand. We are not going to do that. 76 lives. Let freedom. Was that 30 minutes? That was not long enough. Let freedom. Not today. Today, you don't get to be here. You don't have the privilege today. I don't have patience for you today. Today is Saturday. This is only for patrons, my friend. Monday, okay? Monday we can start fighting again. But this weekend, this is our weekend. Well, I am American, but thanks. Even if I wasn't American, I would still defend the United States for doing this. And now let me tell you why. I have a double reason. If you don't understand why, listen. I know Zin was here earlier, and he was talking about. I like how he's very certain that the president of Honduras is guilty of drugs and all this other stuff that he said in there. Okay. What pisses me off about it is like, these people, they just go by what they hear here, okay? I don't trust Democrats. Democrats are not trustworthy at all. At all. Bye, Finn. I had talked about it yesterday. If you were on my live last night, you heard me talking about it. I was so happy to hear what the president Orlando said from Honduras. By the way, guys, if you would please support my channel. Let me see if I can go grab that link. And if you guys can please share my Spanish channel. Just go like, subscribe. And I know you guys don't speak Spanish, but just go support my channel, okay? Let me grab the link so that we can get give sec. Copy link. All right. I sent you a link, sis. I don't know if you got it earlier. But I'm going to send you a link to my Spanish channel. And guys, just go over there, like the channel, please. And well, I don't know if you want to subscribe to that one. You can all subscribe to that channel. It's still me, but just know that when it's the Honduran American flag, that's going to be the Spanish side, okay? I will try to keep President Trump on this profile so that you guys know that it's the English channel. With that being said, yep, thank you. You're very welcome. Graham is here. You better watch out. Also, it's weird to violate on law in favor of a law that doesn't apply. Bye, Graham. Thanks for stopping by. Okay, look at this boat, guys. Check out this boat. Now, he's hitting the engines, obviously. Okay, they warned them. They did warning shots, and they still didn't want to stop. Look at that. So what they're doing is they're targeting the engines so that they cannot go anymore. Okay? Thanks for subscribing to this channel. Try to subscribe to the other channel as well. Just remember, Honduras American flag, that means Spanish Dennis. Okay? I talked to Trinity about this before. President Trump is here. President Trump is here. We're going to pause this video. We'll come back to it. Here we go. All right, let's take a listen.
Thank you very much, everybody. This is a great evening. It's a great honor. And I'm delighted to welcome to the Oval Office, the world-famous, most famous office in the world, most powerful office in the world, our truly exceptional 2025 Kennedy Center honorees. As President of the United States and the Chairman of the Board of the Kennedy Center, it's a privilege to pay tribute to the very best in American arts and culture, and that's what you have beside me. They are incredible people. I know most of them, and I've been a fan of all of them, and it's been a real honor to get to know them during this little period of time. This is a group of icons whose work and accomplishments have inspired, uplifted, and unified millions and millions of Americans. This is perhaps the most accomplished and renowned class of Kennedy Center honorees ever assembled. We have country music legend George. Got it? Turned off. Got it? We have country music legend George Strait. George, thank you very much. Let me do this right now, George. I think if you want to leave it on, you can. I think we can get it through. Okay. Oh, he's got good hair.
A little bit. I still got a
I'm
little bit.
surprised. Sometimes I take it off and there's not a lot.
There's not a lot.
Thank you, George.
Respect.
We have a great star of Broadway. I've seen the show many times and other shows of his, Michael Crawford. Michael, thank you. Thank you, Michael. Let me do that. Very good. Thank you, Michael. Congratulations. Thank you. Beautiful. We have the disco queen, and she was indeed. And nobody did it like Gloria Gaynor. Gloria, thank you very much. Oh, that's a good head of hair. That's beautiful. Thank you, Gloria. Thank you, darling. A friend of mine, a wonderful person, a really spectacular person, one of the true great movie stars. There aren't many. There used to be a lot. There aren't many now. But he's one of the great legends and had some of the greatest movies ever, including the top grossing movies ever. Sylvester Sly Stallone. Sly. Thank you. Proud of you. This is great, Sly. It's an honor.
Oh, thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. Should I
Thank
go
you.
over here? Thank
Yeah, sounds good. Thank you, Sly. And the members of the incredible rock band Kiss, Paul Stanley, Gene Simmons, Peter Criss, and Ace Frehley, who now is resting in peace, and his beautiful daughter is here to accept the award. Thank you very much. Thank you for being here. Thank you. That's pretty good stuff, huh? Let me turn that around. Thank you. That's great. My friend for a long time. Thank you, Mr. That's good. Thank you very much. My friend for a long time. Okay, that's good.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you very much.
It's an honor.
It's an honor.
And I think your father would be very happy to have you wear this, okay? Thank you very much. He's a great guy. Thank you very much. Those are great people. In a few moments, we will be presenting these stars with their Kennedy Center honors medallions, which were redesigned this year with the help of the fantastic team at Tiffany and Company, and I want to congratulate them. They have done a fantastic job. They're wonderful people. I know them very well because they're right next to Trump Tower. I've lived with them for many years, and they really have done a great job. So I want to thank Tiffany. Thank you very much. We're also joined by members of the Kennedy Center Board of Trustees who are doing a really great job. And as you know, the building is being renovated, fully renovated. It's being I would say fixed at a level that nobody's ever seen before. We're going to make it something really special. It's been tired. It's been mistreated, a little bit like the White House has been mistreated, to be honest with you. And we're bringing it back to a level that I don't think any place in the country will see. We were given quite a bit of money by Congress to do the job, and we're doing it right. And you'll see the new marble and the renovated marble in all of the different rooms, major auditoriums. The sound is so fantastic. One of the very big prerequisites, and something that doesn't happen often, is when you have great sound, you take advantage of it, and the Kennedy Center has great, great sound. If they build it, fellas, you know this. Gloria, you would know it very well. George, you'd know it very well. Oh, Michael would know it so well. But if it's built with bad sound, you never get it fixed, right? It just doesn't work. They've tried very hard at Lincoln Center and other places, and hasn't worked out too well. But I just want to thank the executive director, Rick Grinnell. Rick, thank you very much. Thank you, Rick. Ambassador Sergio Gore, ambassador to India. Thank you, Sergio. Great job. And other friends and distinguished guests, Mr. and Mrs. Ike Perlmutter. So many people are here that are great friends. Mrs. Fisher, thank you very much. Very much. We have some unbelievable people on the board, the most prestigious board, I think, now, maybe in Washington. From Newark, New Jersey to Poteet, Texas, from New York City to as far away as London. These are among the greatest artists, actors, and performers of their generation, the greatest that we've seen. We can hardly imagine the country music phenomena without its king of country, or the American disco without its first lady, or Broadway without its phantom. And that was a phantom, let me tell you. Or rock and roll without its hottest band in the world, and that's what they are. Or Hollywood without one of its greatest visionaries. Each of you has made an indelible mark on American life, and together you have defined entire genres and set new standards for the performing arts. You have set new standards. On behalf of every American who has been inspired by the unbelievable talent of Michael Crawford, who has been influenced by the music of George Strait or Gloria Gaynor or Kiss, or who has been moved by Sylvester Stallone's unmatched heart and talent and grit, because nobody played that role, and nobody will ever play that role like Sly. We want to thank you all. We want to thank you all. Really tremendous. Thank you. Thank you all. So we're going to have a good time tonight. I look forward to celebrating with all of you at the Kennedy Center tomorrow. And it's going to be something that I believe, and I'm going to make a prediction, this will be the highest rated show that they've ever done. And they've gotten some pretty good ratings, but there's nothing like what's going to happen tomorrow night. So I just want to thank you all. I want to congratulate you all. And I want to thank the media. They've treated this with such great respect. We very much appreciate it. Now we're going to go to the State Department with Secretary of State Rubio and have a special event, something which was never done before, but we never had a president hosting the awards before. This is the first. I'm sure they'll give me great reviews, right? You know, they'll say, he was horrible, he was terrible, it was a horrible situation. No, we'll do fine. I've watched some of the people that host. Jimmy Kimmel was horrible. Some of these people, if I can't beat out Jimmy Kimmel in terms of talent, then I don't think I should be president. But I want to just thank you all, because this is a special night. And I think you're going to see that at the end of this evening, and by the end of these 2 days, you're going to say this is one of the most special days in your life. And I think a few of you have already told me it already was. So thank you all very much. Congratulations, and we'll see you in a couple of minutes. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, media. Thank you very much. Please. Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
No, that means get the hell out. That's what that means, media. When he says thank you very much, it means get the hell out. Get out. All right, so for you people that are joining us in here, if you are new to our channel, please give our video a like. Thank you for subscribing. This is a MAGA channel. Patriots, Americans that believe Americans should be first are the ones that are going to be in our channel. We don't want hater subscribers. We don't care if you're a Democrat or Republican. We have all been everywhere. But we do care about respect on the chat. When I talk about retards and things like that, it's none of the people that are on the chat. Unless, hey, Laurie, how are you? Oh, good to see you. I'm glad you're here. I'm glad you're here. I've been saying thank you to my members, and you haven't been seeing your name. So I'm going to have to do that today, right after I finish my little talk. So I thank you guys for being here. I don't want you to think that we're not going to say negative things or disagree with some stuff. Of course, we're going to disagree. I mean, who are we if we don't disagree, right? But what I want you to know is that we are creating this channel. We are going on 4 months strong. And we want this channel to be for where Americans that actually love America come in and have a conversation, and maybe we can have the same common sense. I believe on this right here. Now, I'm not talking about religious, but I believe on this. If I want to be a thug, I'm going to hang out with thugs. If I want to be a libtard, I'm going to hang out with libtards. If I want to be an American patriot, I got to hang out with American patriots. And if you believe that you are those kind of people, the people that support MAGA 100%, you know what? Whether we win or lose, that's how you support. Pick a team. You see this sweater that I'm wearing right now? This is a Seattle Seahawks sweater right here. Lose or win, it doesn't matter. I pick my team. When my team loses, I lose. When my team wins, I truly win. And you know what that means? That's loyalty, okay? And right now, our party is the party that is loyal to our country. So what party am I? Conservative? Sure. Am I a Republican? Democrat? I will say that I'm more Republican than anything, because the Democratic Party has turned 100% into a party of socialists of the new age, and that means that they are socialist, Marxist, communist. That is the new Democratic Party. So if you were a Democrat loyalist, let me tell you, that party does not exist. So you are more than welcome to join us on this channel. Now that is, my friends, comes from the heart. And I hope that you understand what I'm talking about. But for now, I want to say thank you to my patriots for joining, for being members. You guys have shown me a lot of love and support, and I appreciate having you here. So let's go ahead and give thanks to our members. Hey, Robert, you got a problem with my Seahawks? I'll meet you outside. Hey, actually, I don't think the Seahawks are doing bad this year. Are we out already? I thought we were like already almost in the circle already. What's your team, Robert? Everybody put their teams down. Put their football team. If you like NFL football games, put your team down on the chat. Let's take a look. And just for fun, I'm going to look at NFL stats. NFL stats 2025, of course. There we go, NFL.com. Let me see if my Seahawks are in here somewhere. Oh, son bitch. Are we out? What does this mean? Oh, man, that sucks. I don't think we're... How are we not in here? We got to... Oh, never mind. There's more. Oh, that's what I thought. 9-3, baby. 9-3. Where the Steelers at? Steelers. Steelers are... Oh, sorry. How rude. Let's see. What we're looking for is just the left side. So let me go ahead and try to zoom this here just a bit. Reject. All right, Steelers are 6-6. Sorry about it. Sorry about it. Raiders. Oh, salt. Oh, man. I think I saw you at the bottom of the barrel over there trying to get those apples, and you still can't get them out of the barrel. Let's see. Raiders 2-10. Hey, you get a participating trophy. Oh, man, I'm going to be losing some subscribers today. What's your team, babe? Who's your NFL team? That's it. Go. You're sleeping in the living room. Who's your NFL team? Steelers. What is this shit? Let's see. Who else? Who else did I miss? Let me see if anybody else put their names in there. Raiders, Titans. Where are the Titans at? Titans. Titans suck. They're not even on the list. Oh, sorry. They are on the list. At the bottom of the barrel with the Raiders. Actually, Raiders looking pretty good after I see the Titan standings. They are 1-11. Oh, man. That is pathetic. I can see some of you guys don't want to put your NFL team names in there. I get it. Don't worry about it. Patriots. Robert. Talking shit about my team. Let me see where you're at.
Patriots doing good this year.
Shut up, babe.
Yeah, be nice.
Where the Patriots at? I don't see the Patriots. I don't see them in here. Where the Patriots at? They're at the top? Oh, son bitch! They are at the top! Hey, I don't care. It's just two teams, man. Why you messing? It's just 2 games, man. 2 games. And those were the probably 2 games that you were lucky winning. That's what I think. And then Broncos are coming back. Broncos are 10-2. Oh, my goodness. 10-2. Bears are 9-3. Rams are 9-3. Seahawks 9-3. Niners 9-4. Of course, we are gonna go against the Niners again.
What about Green Bay?
Now on the conference wins, though, you have to understand. I don't know if you guys know about statistics, but there is regular season games, so we can be like 10-3, and oh, that looks good. But then conference wise, we might not be doing so hot. Okay, so that's going to be the difference. Let's take a look at where these conceited Patriots are. Look at this. These guys are only 6-2 in the conference. Get out of here, Robert. Get out of here. The Colts and the Texans are there with you. Broncos are there with you. The Chargers are 7-2. Now that, my friends, should be up in the top. 7-3 for the Eagles. We're not going to read the stats for the Seahawks. Forget about it. We have talked about enough stats. Hey, we're not doing too bad. We're not in there yet, but there's a chance. There's always a chance. All right. That is enough for the NFL stats. I want to get through with this video, and hopefully we get some of our neighbors from the other side to come in here and take a look at some of these boats. These fishing boats that Democrats keep defending as fishing boats. Let's go ahead and continue watching that. Make sure I got the latest lives for you guys as well. I think it sucks not to have audio. So let me see if I can find something to play. What is this? No, I don't like that one. Sure. Look at that fishing boat. I was a punter and a quarterback. Of course, Manuel is going to come in here and say it was a fishing boat. He's a Democrat. Take a look at the fishing boats. Did he just say it's AI? He says this is AI. Are you kidding me? Look at the AI, guys. All this is AI. There you go, Manuel. You're so bright, aren't you? Yeah, you deserve a medal for that brain, my friend. This is all AI, guys. Don't think that this is real. It's all fake news. Yeah, look at that. That's fake as well. Yeah. Look at the fishing boat. Oh man, maybe somebody was. Oh. Yeah. Burn the drugs. AI, guys, don't worry about it. It's all AI. None of this is real. It's there is no fishing man in there. I can't believe he come in here and say that was AI. That was AI, he says. Look at that. Ay, Manuel. See, this is how I know, bro, that you're not serious. This is how I know you're not serious. Cutting Edge in the house. Welcome, my friend. Happy Saturday. It is the weekend. A bunch of people got kicked off the live today. Coming in here with negativity and desire. Just cussing people for no reason. You guys, get out. Everybody else, any patriot that comes in here, thank you so much for being a patriot, for actually making a difference for our country. We are going to continue to cover some of this. Oh, boy. We're still having issues with illegal immigrants. Here's a new one for all of those Karens and Juanitos out there trying to obstruct justice. This is the kind of migrants that you are defending because they're just here to work. They're just innocent people. What a big one. USA. USA. Fake news, says JD. Okay, patriots, don't block comments unless they're insulting your host. If they insult the host, they gotta go. There is no room for hate on this channel against patriots. All right, let's listen to this.
Charlotte train stabbing. Caroline.
Another train stabbing, but enough about the black men. Let's get some illegal immigrants in this action, shall we?
Yeah, John. So we're going through those court records right now, and we just learned that the suspect in this case is an illegal migrant. Police say that he forced his way onto the train last night, took out a knife, and then stabbed one of the passengers. Court records say he was pretty much starting problems as soon as he got on the train. He started yelling at everyone and then started picking a fight with the victim. Police say that's when he pulled out a large fixed-blade knife and stabbed someone on the train. EMS got the victim to the hospital, and they say he's in critical but stable condition.
My husband missed that train by, one stop and didn't get on there, and that's crazy. We should not have to feel like we are one stroke of bad luck away from being the next victim.
Now, this happened about 3 months after Ukrainian refugee Irina Zarutska was killed on the Charlotte light rail in a random attack. Her attacker, DeCarlos Brown, had a long rap sheet and struggled from mental health issues. And now officials are calling out the Charlotte mayor after yet another violent attack. Transportation Secretary Sean Duffy said, quote, "Apparently the death of Irina Zarutska was not enough. What is it going to take for the Charlotte mayor to remove violent criminals off the streets?" And
yeah, what's it going to take for you guys to really remember that you are American patriots, that you are American citizens? What's it going to take for you to start taking care of your people? What's it going to take?
Protect her constituents. The time to act is now. As for the suspect, court records say he's not getting out of jail anytime soon. 33-year-old Oscar Solorzano is being held without bond because he, quote, is an illegal and has been deported previously, and we're told he's expected back in court on Monday. John.
Caroline Elliott. What a sad story. Caroline, thank you.
Hey, Sean Hannity here. Hey.
Thank you, Sean. But we got bigger fish to fry. Okay, let's listen to this story right here. This was a couple hours ago. We were busy watching the live, but now we can get updated from Kaylee.
It's Saturday in America. I'm Kaylee McEnany. Today, exclusive new details on the federal probe against a Somali fraud network in Minnesota, straight from Small Business Administrator Kelly Loeffler, who's leading the effort. Dr. Drew, as the left pounces on President Trump over age. But we have new reporting on what President Trump does during his free time that totally refutes the media narrative. Buck Sexton is here, but where in the world is Clay?
Do me a favor, Muds. If I say bye to a name, go ahead and put him in timeout for 10 minutes. But if I don't say anything, let him be. Okay? I'll appreciate that.
Travis, I think I know. And moments from now, U.S. Marshal Service Director Gadi Saralta, who's leading the federal law enforcement surge in D.C. and Memphis. And with that, we bring you this Fox News alert. 3 Afghan nationals.
The reason why I said that's because some of their dumb comments, I do want to reply and I do want to ask them questions, okay? So don't get rid of anybody unless I say goodbye to that person, okay? Like, bye, Felicia. Like, hello, Stephanie, how are you? Let me see who I see on here. I like your hat, sir. RC is getting some points. What is Juanito? Juanito is a person that believes that no one is above the law. What city did the incident take place? Chicago, of course. Where else? Let's see. Chicago's. Hey, what's Hell's Kitchen? Is that Chicago? They've earned they earned that title, that's for sure. Ex-president charged with conspiracy. Which president? Kennedy, you better not be talking about my Honduras president. Now, when I say my Honduras president, I don't mean it in the same way that Ilhan Omar says it about her president from Somalia. New York City, that's Hell's Kitchen. All right, appreciate that. All right, let's see. Thank you very much for that. I appreciate it. Thank you guys for following instructions. Hell's Kitchen is in New York City. Daredevil. That's all I know. Daredevil. And yes, that is in New York. But I think Chicago is the franchise for the second Hell's kitchen. And I think they got a point. Let's see. I meant he was charged with a conspiracy just like Rod Blagojevich. I don't know who that guy is, guys. Sorry, I'm off the news on that one. All right. Sorry, Michaeli, go ahead and continue, please.
Brought in under the Biden administration's Operation Allies Welcome, all connected to terrorism, either directly tied to a terror network or with plans to commit individual acts of terror themselves. 3 in 1 week. First, a 29-year-old Afghan national who migrated through Operation Allies Welcome committed a heinous attack against 2 National Guardsmen in D.C.
Allies Welcome. Sure.
Sarah Beckstrom, who lost her life, and Andrew Wolf, who is still fighting for his. Then we broke this news for you on Saturday. Mohammed Dawood Al-Okazai is charged at the state level with making a terroristic threat. According to DHS, listen to this. He came to the United States as part of Operation Allies Welcome, a second Afghan national with the same terroristic intent. But it did not end there. On Wednesday, this man on your screen, Jean Shah Safi, was arrested in Waynesboro, Virginia, for providing material support to ISIS-K. According to DHS, quote, he also provided weapons to his father, who is a commander of a militia group in Afghanistan. Well, guess how he got into the country? Operation Allies Welcome. That is 3 cases, 3 failures of the Biden-era program in just 1 week. Now, let's be clear. We have many great Afghan allies, interpreters who stood bravely alongside American forces. We thank them. We welcome them. But it's simply impossible to know how many unvetted threats remain among the 190,000 Afghan nationals brought into our country during the Biden era. We all remember this viral image of Afghans crowded on U.S. military C-17s during the 2021 evacuation of Afghanistan. And now we are left with this troubling trend. Take a look at this. ICE arresting an Afghan national with disturbing criminal histories. Each of these individuals, one with a conviction for lewd acts with a minor under 16, another convicted for a hit and run, and yet another with kidnapping convictions and rape allegations. These are just a few of several stories. But not to worry, Mayorkas assured us that everyone was vetted.
Yes,
the federal government has been focused on the screening and vetting of individuals evacuated from Afghanistan. We have...
Speaking of somebody that should be in jail, this guy right here, and RC, yes, way beyond that, way before that.
A robust screening and vetting process, and one thing that is remarkable is not only are we utilizing the architecture, the system that we have here in the United States, but we actually have built a system, so another layer in the transit third countries to achieve a multi-layered process.
All right. Well, with that, let's bring in former acting DHS Secretary Chad Wolf. Chad, you held the job before Mayorkas. This multi-tiered vetting system appears not to have worked. There are, as I noted, heroic Afghans who helped U.S. forces. But 3 in 1 week, how widespread is this?
Well, unfortunately, I believe it is widespread. And we knew at the time when they announced this Operation Welcome Allies, and they talked about how they were going to, bring in over 150,000 of these Afghan nationals. I think those of us that had served said there's no way that you can vet them in the time that they were talking about. A proper vetting takes months to understand who is coming into the United States, and they did this in a matter of weeks.
Not only is he saying everything that he's saying is right, but here's a couple of things that you need to understand. When you're bringing a big group of people like that, what do you think is going to happen? Number one, they're going to go in and make a community of themselves, meaning they will never assimilate. And then little by little, some of them will go here, go there, and go over there, but they will be communities, big communities of said asylum seekers or refugees or whatever you want to call them. And the problem is when you're having thousands of people brought over here for refuge or asylum, and you don't vet them, a lot of terrorists and evil-minded people like the ones that we have seen earlier here will also come with them. See, one thing you have to understand is every time that I hear somebody say, "Oh, innocent men and women and children," listen, there is mothers that swear that their 49-year-old sons are innocent, and they don't even know, or if they do know, they don't care that they are criminals and terrorists. If anything, maybe they actually support them. There is women out there that are more evil than men. There is teenagers, 13, 12, even 10-year-olds that are used as soldiers in these countries. So when you say men, women, women and children innocent, you better be careful what you're talking about. Because even the children, they get their innocence stolen from them. And yes, God is going to judge those who abuse these children. But let's not get it twisted. We're not going to put our children in harm's way because you think that we got to be empathetic and that we got to be the good Samaritan. I really like how all these leftist people that are so evil dare to even mention God in this country where they don't even believe in it. A bunch of filthy rats making us look like evil people because we're trying to defend ourselves. That's the same thing they do with Israel, and that's just a coincidence probably.
And so we knew that, but I would take a step back, Kaylee. The question is, do you need 150,000 Afghan nationals to come into the United States to begin with? And the answer is absolutely no. And unfortunately, what we saw is the Biden administration, time after time, abused.
Quick question, and this is for everybody, even my patriots. Why do you think that other countries that are closer to Afghanistan or Somalia don't take them in as refugees? Riddle me that.
Humanitarian parole, which is how they brought all these individuals into the country. The millions of folks coming across the southern border were given humanitarian parole. That is not how a sovereign nation should actually administer its immigration system.
No doubt about that. And I want to dive into one of the examples, and it's the individual who shot those two National Guardsmen in D.C. He was working with the CIA. Here's how he was vetted. We'll put up those mechanisms. It was a special CIA program, 0 Unit. You can see there he went through biometric screening, biographic checks, intelligence community checks, in-person interviews. So he goes through this vetting. Comes to the United States, Chad, long after this vetting. And here's what happens. This is CBS. This is new reporting that we saw this week. Look at this. There was a caseworker who wrote an email about this man. He seems to have been a ticking time bomb. In another email sent January 31st, 2024, the caseworker said Lochinwall had not been functional as a person, as a father, as a provider since March of last year, 2023. He spends most of his time for weeks on end in darkened bedrooms, not speaking to anyone, not even his wife and older kids. The email also describes manic episodes for 1 or 2 weeks at a time when he will take off in the family car, interim periods where he tries to make amends. And the email goes on. I bring this up because he's vetted in Afghanistan. He comes to the United States, and going back to 2023, we have evidence that he was a ticking time bomb. How do you keep up with these individuals after they get into the interior of the country?
Yep.
Well, it's very difficult, and frankly, you don't, which is why a lot of red flags should have been thrown up when the Biden administration decided to bring in over 150,000 of these individuals. You cannot keep track of them all. You can't monitor them all. It's hard. We should continuously vet them all, but it's very, very difficult. That's why humanitarian parole, it should not be abused in the way in which the Biden administration abused it. And we said at the time, and unfortunately it's coming to light now, is the things that the Biden team did is going to have repercussions for years and decades later. And unfortunately, we're seeing that today in this, recently with all of these different cases. But it's
okay. Bye, son up.
It's very difficult. Now, let me just say one thing on the vetting front. Like, it's one thing to vet individuals and have them operate in Afghanistan. That's their home country. Very, very different. Bringing them here, it's very difficult to fully vet them and understand their alliances and understand their allegiances and how they operate in a foreign country like the United States. So just because they helped in Afghan doesn't mean that they're going to be functioning citizens or functioning, I'd say, individuals here in the United States. Very, very difficult. And just to simply do that, and to be clear, the Biden team only did that because of the chaotic withdrawal from Kabul, and they had no other choice. They had no plans in place. And unfortunately, the American people are paying the price.
Chad, President Trump had a very simple solution. So how do we fix this? He wants to take a pause on immigration from third world countries. It caused Democrats to go into a breathless panic. Let's watch that panic.
When he says things like third world countries, what is he really saying?
Third world
I think
countries.
what he's saying is he doesn't want brown people in our country.
These attacks on whether it's elected leaders or other folks in this country, or direct attacks on people that are either
By the way, he just forgave the Honduras president, who is considered a brown man. Yeah, true story.
immigrants or refugees, or have sought asylum in a process that we have created for our country, is unbecoming of the President of the United States.
We will not be political correct. We are going to defend this country, and we are not going to become England. Oh, garbage of a country. You know what? I'll probably play a little couple of clips here from one of the YouTubers that I actually used to watch a long time ago. And then I can show you what it looks like when you don't protect your borders, when you don't deport illegal immigrants, when you accept to give away your native country's rights and your constitution to our enemies and mental retarded people that want to hurt our country. You'll see what I'm talking about.
You know, Chad, we just have a few moments here, but correct me if I'm wrong. The reason third world countries are the focus.
Skirt. Number one, he's not a drug lord. He's not a cartel leader. You are a moron. If you don't know the history and what happened in Honduras, I would just give you like one little piece of advice, and I'll say it in a nice way. Shut the hell up. And shut up, mind your business. If you don't know the story, just don't even say anything because you look stupid. I am not going to tell you the story about that. I actually covered that story, and I was against them because I knew that it was a coup. I knew that they were lying, and now we have proof that the people that lied about him were actually in bed with Nicolas Maduro, and that's all you get from me. That's all you get from me. If you mention one more hateful thing on this chat, mods, get rid of them.
Is because our vetting relies on the host country having appropriate vetting mechanisms in place. Our information is only good as what we receive from these countries.
Thank you, Patriots.
Yeah, that's exactly right. It's hard to get any information from these countries of concern because sometimes we don't have diplomatic relations, and if we do, they don't keep the same records. But let me say this. I am tired of left-wing politicians continuing to talk about what we should be doing for illegal immigrants or others outside of this country. What they should be focused on is what should we be doing for the American people.
100%. And I'm just going to point this one thing out right here. Guys, let me tell you something right now. Somalis came here as refugees, asylum seekers. Yeah? Well, that's supposed to be temporary. It has been 3 decades. They say Somalia is beautiful and that they'd rather be there because they can practice their religion so freely. Don't feel bad for them. Get them the hell out of here. They are not to come over here and pretend to be settlers because they haven't done jack squat to make any cities here in the United States of America. The fact that they are on welfare, the fact that they don't love this country, the fact that they are only here to take advantage of the system and to get free money, not just for the people here, but for the people in Somalia, they all got to go. If they got a citizenship visa, lucky. Everybody else go back to Somalia, period. Now, we get rid of all the illegal immigrants in this country, and then we can really clean up our country. All violent or crime, everything that we have here nationally, we can get rid of. This country is not going to see prosperity when we allow our enemies to keep infiltrating our country with the excuse of asylum or refugee seeking. When these people clearly speak against us, against this country, and even those stupid Americans that support these people are out there waving their flag while they burn their own country's flag of the United States of America. What a shame. billions and billions of dollars wasted on migrants and ungrateful people that don't love the United States of America. All that wealth belongs to the American people. You should be owning houses without having to pay high taxes, high property taxes, sales taxes. All of those taxes got to be removed. But the reason why they don't go away is because they keep bringing garbage into our country that only take advantage of our government programs that we as taxpayers are doing for the country. We are paying taxes for that. And it's not for immigrants. It's not for illegal immigrants. It's not for asylum and or not for refugees that are fake. Not for ungrateful garbage people. See, that's what makes them garbage. They're ungrateful. They hate Americans. So why are we helping them? Get them the hell out of here.
How do we keep the American people safe? And one American that dies at the hands of anyone that we bring into this country is one too many. So the president's right to put a pause, to take a relook, continuously vet, and see what improvements need to be made here.
Seems reasonable to me. Maybe someone will tell Mark Kelly. Thank you so much, Chad Wolf.
Hey, it's...
Thank you, Kelly. Fantastic. Allow foreigners to get involved into our government. I know Mandani. Mandani is one of them. He's not assimilating to the American way. He is trying to bring some foreign ideology into our country in the time that we have overcome the stupid ideologies for hundreds of years. And now they're bringing them back. Well, let's find out how Mandani is actually making money. Here we go. This guy is very smart. Check this out. This is how he's going to help his socialist programs.
When he talks about not being into
and some residents over this proposed underwater gas pipeline that would go out near Staten Island and out to the Rockaways. Do you plan to weigh in on that?
Look,
I think you're on the record as opposing it.
I'm on the record as opposing any new fossil fuel construction, and it's part of a commitment to taking on the climate crisis.
Thank you, Mark.
God help us.
Yeah.
The mayor of affordability, Zoran Mandani, says he's against any new fossil fuel production.
He's very wise, isn't he? He's a very smart man.
That would include the recently approved $1 billion underwater natural gas pipeline that is expected to drive down energy bills and power 2.3 million homes in New York City. This pipeline, it will provide 400,000 decatherms per day to Brooklyn, Queens, and Long Island. It is the first new gas pipeline in at least 10 years, the state's largest expansion of fossil fuel infrastructure since passing its stupid, I wish it would die, climate law. I could go on, but Cuomo killed the Constitution pipeline. But how do you think we get how the power plants work? But they kill a pipeline. Yes.
You are not going to bring energy costs down without putting the infrastructure in place. That's been part of the problem. And why Kathy Hochul was pro-pipeline is because she's gotten a lot of the flack of not being able to bring energy costs down, not just in the city, but also in the state. This kind of stuff will be his ticket right out of office, because if energy costs keep going up and people keep suffering, and he gets blocked on some of his other stuff that he wants to do with housing and free buses and grocery stores, some of it seems pipe dreamish, he won't be able to do anything, and people will continue to suffer, except that you will have lost all the tax revenue from the people who have said, I don't want to stay here anymore because you're trying to rip me off, and then we won't have any money left either. When he talks about not being into construction or new fossil fuel construction as a commitment to taking on the climate crisis, like, we are past the climate crisis. That was
Who still believes in the climate crisis in this chat? Please don't embarrass yourself. Don't embarrass yourself. Thanks for subscribing, guys. Appreciate it. It is unbelievable that people still believe on this climate. There's nothing we can do about it. We're not God. What's going to happen is going to happen. And as I said, don't worry about what Mamdani is doing. We already know what's going to happen. Listen, they already voted, so let them learn their lesson. Hopefully, the rest of us can recover. Let's not forget that Seattle, Washington is being ran by false socialists and is getting worse. Thus, you and me will be fighting starting next year after May.
Question, what climate crisis? And
Right.
you know me,
Well,
love the animals.
And that's what killed us under Joe Biden. All of the green spending on this climate crisis that hasn't really materialized. People keep joking with me, but it's funny, but it's not funny, that it's freezing outside and there is no climate crisis.
But the climate crisis isn't about the animals. All of these climate fake made-up solutions like solar farms and wind farms kill animals and kill wildlife and kill sea life and kill bird life.
Birds and whales.
Oh, that's
so anyway, he can keep doing this. He can double down on the craziness. The only people that'll be left here to vote for him are people that, you know, see the world the way he sees it. But we need that infrastructure, not just here, in other states. I was talking to Harris Faulkner earlier about California. Taylor, you know all about it, and the problems that Gavin Newsom has there because he doesn't want to extract the energy that he has. He wants to import it. He wants all these different blends and regulations to make it harder for people, and they're paying, you know, double the price of gas that they should be.
You can't be into affordability and climate crisis at the same time.
Gotta pick
you
one.
can't. They're diametrically opposed. You have to pick one or the other, and he wants both. And by the way, he's behind the times too. Remember, Bill Gates said, actually, I was just kidding about this. And did you see this? I just saw this today. You know, the journal Nature, which I'm sure you read every day. I don't read it every day. You probably read it.
I read it.
Oh my
There you
God.
go.
I read it
That's
and
a
it's
journal.
gone.
So Nature they printed an article last year, you know, one of these typical ones where the global economy is shot because of climate change. And then today or yesterday, they had to retract that article.
A woman who was
because there were errors with the data.
Right.
So, Mamdani, like, you got to read the latest thing. It's not a crisis anymore. You're killing your bread and butter affordability because you can't let go of your old fling climate change.
He sounds crazy too. He just
Well, he's
sounds
not
crazy.
in yet, and he's making promises because he's not actually having to govern until January. And I want to be fair with this guy. He ran a masterful campaign from social media. My own social people said he was incredible in figuring out algorithms on every platform. Everything he did, it was really high, top quartile engagement, and he won that way. He has a big challenge, though, and you're detailing some of the policy decisions he has to make. This is not a country that he's managing. He's managing a city with limited federal jurisdiction, limited state jurisdiction. He has to speak upstate to get stuff done or even get money. I would think somewhere between now and when he actually takes the seat as mayor, he's got some soul searching to do on policy, including what you're talking about here. Freezing in the dark because you don't have the gas is a really bad campaign.
We need
slogan.
Bad luck.
We need decatherms.
Even your diehard supporters might not continue to support
But I
you
think
then.
that's the kind of thing that, you know, and free food and free transportation, all this stuff is policy. He'll be sitting there never having managed anything. And I'm willing to give him the credit that he managed a great campaign. But now the hard work begins. And I actually say, as a visitor of New York waiting for my free stuff, I wish him good luck because I've been waiting for him to be mayor because I want to come to the airport here and get a free lift into the city. And damn it, I don't want to pay these hotel bills anymore. It's ridiculous. I need free, and then I want free food.
Yes.
You're right.
It's fair. I should get all that for free.
Yes, I want free as well. Yes.
Not going to be getting
He
things
promised
for free.
it to me. He promised
I think
it
you're
to
out
me.
of the income range.
I am going to hold him accountable for my free stuff. So I'm waiting for him to come in. I'll be the first person to say, where's my free? And then we'll see what happens.
Sounds good.
It's fair.
I can't wait.
Can I leave you with one statistic?
Sure.
So we were talking about wind. So idiot Zoran Mamdani doesn't want fossil fuel. So New York has signed a contract with Empire Wind and Sunrise Wind, that the weighted average that they agreed to pay for electricity is $150 per megawatt hour. That is more than 4 times the average grid cost paid normally over the last year. 4x.
Wow. That doesn't sound affordable to me.
No. So that's what they're wishing on you, these politicians. They want you to pay 4 times what you currently pay for your electricity. Good luck, New York City.
That's not free.
I live in dirty Jersey, and I'm happy.
Sounds like some pretty bad negotiating. I could have done better than that.
Yes, you could have.
That's ridiculous.
I could have done better than that.
Wow.
I could have done better than that. And we'll find out. We'll see. All this, we talk the talk, but can we walk the walk, right? There is an illegal immigrant that was from Honduras and got deported. She speaks out. It's a 3 minutes, maybe 4-minute video. But first, we're going to go back to Minnesota. Because as I was explaining earlier, they kept saying that it was a $1 billion fraud. For all of you who support these fake refugees and hateful people that don't like the United States of America or American people for that matter, especially white people. Apparently, the white people are the devil, and they are the threat to Somalis. ¿Qué pasa, güey? I see you, Adam. Welcome to the chat. I see you. So let's go ahead and go back to Minnesota and see what is the actual update on this amount of fraud. Let's see if they get the number right. Audio, please. Thank you.
Call on America's broken welfare system. As more details come to light about scams that bilk taxpayers out of what could be more than $1 billion. Yes, they sound like Dr. Evil. It's $1 billion. Welcome to a new hour of America Reports. I'm John
$1 gazillion.
Roberts in Washington. That's real money, Sandra.
That is real money. Good to be with you on this Friday, John. I'm Sandra Smith in New York. So one startling example sticking out concerns a program to help recovering addicts find stable housing. Initial estimates for the housing program was for just under $3 million annually. But an indictment shows grifters fraudulently billed Medicaid more than $100 million last year alone.
Here we go, guys. Here we go. This is the Bidenomics. This is how Democrats think. They think they have everything figured out with their socialist mentality. But look what happens. This is what happens. Because when you hand out free stuff out there, people that don't port anything to our economy, they say they do, they don't. That's what happens. People take advantage of it. And then they go back to their country and be like, oh, no, hey, the United States, guys, hey, listen, why am I here? My plane ticket cost over $2,500 to come back here to Somalia. But guess what? I got my Ray-Bans on. I got my nice clothes on. Look at that. I'm able to rent some, some ATVs. And, I can go on a yacht ride, on a boat ride, on a jet ski ride. And listen, I'm over here with the GoPro talking about how great Somalia is. And guys, the United States gives away free money. Free health care. Not for Americans, just for us. The foreigners, the illegal immigrants, the refugees, the asylum seekers. Forget Americans. They don't care about Americans anyway. So why should we? If their government, Democrats, don't care about Americans, our enemies are saying, why should they care about any of us either? You don't want to listen to me, but it's the truth.
Garrett Tenney is live on this out of Chicago for us. What do you have, Garrett?
Well, Sandra, several of the whistleblowers in Minnesota have told state lawmakers that by the time these investigations are through, they believe the actual size of this fraud, the amount of taxpayer dollars that has been stolen, could be higher than $8 billion. We are already seeing some of that. 2 days into the Small Business Administration's investigation, Secretary Kelly Loeffler says the agency has uncovered at least $1 million in PPP fraud. And the state itself is now looking into the possibility of fraud in another Medicaid program. Minnesota's Department of Human Services is now pausing the issuing of new licenses for disability service providers over concerns of fraud after an explosion in the number of applications for new licenses over the past 5 years, going up 283%, while the number of people needing those services only increased by 25%. Governor Tim Walz, who is up for re-election, is under fire for all of this happening under his watch, but
I didn't hear about that one, Jason, but I'm sure we'll look into it eventually.
he says they have investigated every claim of fraud that's come in, something whistleblowers dispute, and says the state is taking the steps it needs to keep it from happening again.
We've acknowledged that this is serious, needs to stop. It is stopping. People are continuing to go to prison. I think the good news for Minnesotans to know when that 90-day pause is over and the third-party audits are done, we will have a better picture than we've ever had, which I think is really good.
While all of these investigations are getting underway, Republican lawmakers are sounding the alarm about Minnesota's new paid leave program launching next month that allows anyone in the state, regardless of their citizenship status, to take 12 weeks of paid leave a year.
I'm sorry. My headset's messing up. I apologize, guys. I thought he said regardless of legal status. Wait, my headset's messing up. Let me hear this again.
That allows anyone in the state, regardless of their citizenship status, to take 12 weeks of paid leave a year, paid for by the state. GOP lawmakers say the
illegals don't get benefits, guys. Fake news. It's a lie.
Program is ripe for abuse.
It was written so broadly that you can take advantage of it. And
reminds me of the wording in the Constitution. Persons means the world, says the dumbass lunatics that we have in this country. Persons. That's what makes it for everybody, even though it's the Constitution of the United States of America, for Americans, obviously, we the people, Americans, obviously, but persons, it means anybody. Oh, guys, you can't make this up. You just can't.
Abuse it, and no one's going to come looking for you. The taxpayers put in a bunch of money to launch the whole thing. So
let's go back.
And no one's going to come looking for you.
No,
the taxpayer
program is ripe for abuse.
It was written so broadly that you can take advantage of it and abuse it, and no one's going to come looking for you. The taxpayers put in a bunch of money to launch the whole thing. So this is going to be the next horrible thing coming out of Minnesota.
Yep. I agree. So here, let me riddle me this, libtards. And patriots, of course, patriots. Riddle me this. If the Constitution was written and it has been amended to change according to times and situations of our present time, do you think it will be rightfully done right now that they change the wording from persons to citizens in the Constitution? I think there is always time to amend and change some things to avoid confusion, because what we see is that what our founding fathers put together. Listen, if the American people, are abusing it, I get it. But when our enemies are abusing it, I think it calls for a national security alert, an emergency, and we need to stop foreigners abusing our Constitution. Riddle me that. Why do our foreigners, our enemies, why are illegal immigrants, why do they get to abuse the Constitution of the United States of America and use it to get benefits for themselves? Riddle me that.
And it's important to remember the FBI is also still investigating the massive fraud schemes there. This morning, Attorney General Pam Bondi said there are going to be a lot more arrests on this coming. Sandra?
Okay, thanks for keeping track of it for us. Garrett Tenney in Chicago on that for us. John.
Do me a favor. If you are on this chat for the first time and you want to find out where I'm from, go take a look at my profile. At least do some digging. Look at my profile, and then you can tell me where I'm from. Stop asking dumb questions on the chat. Don't waste other patrons' time, okay? You want to know where I'm from? Go take a look at my profile at least, and then come back to this video. Save yourself some time and some embarrassment.
On.
All right, let's dig deeper into all of this by bringing in Texas Republican Congressman Brandon Gill, a member of the House Oversight Committee, which is now investigating.
I like this guy, by the way.
Fraud in Minnesota's social services system. Congressman, good to have you with us.
Derek, what's popping, baby? Welcome to the chat. Oh, Paul Salsi, one of my favorite. He's my my Antifa hound. He can smell Trantifias anywhere.
This Friday afternoon. Thank you for joining us. So there are plenty of accusations that Governor Tim Walz turned a blind eye to this. And the Wall Street Journal sums it all up this way, quote, Democrats won't acknowledge fraud because they want more Americans on the dole. Welfare is central to their political business model. Republicans who make this scandal about immigration are missing the point and missing an opportunity to educate Americans about the entitlement state grift. What do you say to that?
Well, I would say, first of all, that I agree that the problem is that the welfare state has gotten far too big with almost virtually very few real eligibility checks or anti-fraud provisions. But I do think that there is clearly an immigration component to this as well. You know, the famous economist Milton Friedman famously remarked that you can't have both open borders and a welfare state. And for decades, the Democrats have been trying to have both. They've invited as many people as they possibly could from all over the globe into our communities, including tens of thousands of Somalians into Minnesota, and then opened up the welfare state to provide benefits with almost no anti-fraud provisions whatsoever, and this is the obvious result. We knew this would happen, and yet Democrats are pushing this for political gain.
So still sticking with the Wall Street Journal, Kim Strassel is a great observer of the political condition, not only here in Washington, D.C., but across the country. She writes the lessons of Minnesota's fraud. She says, quote, Minnesota raises to alarm level a separate need for reset. The system itself, the government machine, is broken. It's heaving duplicative federal state programs awash in forms and bureaucracies and ancient mainframes has already suffered Soviet-style collapse. The system serves more as a cash machine for criminals than a safety net for the needy. I mean, reforming the system is going to take years, so what do we do in the meantime?
Well, I'll tell you what House Republicans are working on and what we already have done in the president's tax bill, which he signed into law earlier this year, was to start to right-size the welfare state and say, introduce basic ideas like if you are receiving Medicaid or food stamps, you need to either be working or seeking work. We tightened up eligibility requirements. We added in provisions that means we need to check more often whether people who are receiving benefits actually should be receiving benefits. The reality is whenever you have fraud, especially on the scale that we're seeing here, that is money that is taken out of hardworking American taxpayers' wallets and put into the hands of criminals. That's absolutely grotesque. And that's stuff that we need to be laser focused on fixing right now.
So President Trump is really incensed about this. He had very harsh words for the people who were involved in this, as well as some other members of the Somali community in Minnesota. This is what he said yesterday. Listen here.
We're going to go the wrong way if we keep taking in garbage into our country. Ilhan Omar is garbage. She's garbage.
He's right, 100% right. She is garbage. Why is she garbage? Is it because she's black? Because she's brown? Is it because she's from Somalia? Maybe one of those is right. But she's garbage because she doesn't love the United States of America. She calls white people, American white people, a threat to her community. She is racist. She doesn't care about us. She's a Muslim that hates Christianity. She was the one chuckling when they killed Charlie Kirk, and I don't play that. So she is garbage, and so are the people that are like her. continue, Mr. President, our wonderful Mr. Fabulous, the POTUS, Donald J. Trump, my president.
Her friends are garbage. These aren't people that work. These aren't people that say, let's go, come on, let's make this place great. These are people that do nothing but complain.
Congressman, what do you make of what the president said there?
Well, I think the president is pointing out a basic truth that we shouldn't be importing tens of thousands or more people from low-trust societies where this type of fraud and corruption is common, and it is common in Somalia. And we've got to recognize that whenever we import cultures that accept this type of behavior, we're going to see that type of behavior right here in America. And again, that means taking money from hardworking American citizens and giving it to fraudsters and criminals. That's because of open borders, it's because of mass migration, and it's because of a welfare system that is so large that there's no possible way that you can check that the people who are receiving benefits actually should be receiving benefits.
And if Kelly Loeffler is correct, this could be just the tip of a very big iceberg. Congressman, thanks for joining.
Thank you, Congressman. You are fantabulous. All right. So here is an illegal immigrant from Honduras. That's right, from my country of birth. I am very curious what the crime shift has cooked in the kitchen of crimes for us. So why don't we go ahead and take a little quick listen here. That gorgeous Honduras girl right there. Beautiful woman. But this beautiful woman needs to wait because my friends, I need to take a break. Give me 2 minutes. I will be right back. In the meantime, I want to come back and I want to find that chat full of patriotic emojis. And we'll continue with the show. Guys, if you are here for the first time, I will appreciate it if you hit that like button. Subscribe, as many of you have. We are close to 13,000 subscribers, and it's only possible because of you. This is what I do for a living. I wouldn't be able to do this job if it wasn't for your support. So thank you for your monetary help. Thank you for subscribing and for liking and sharing these videos when possible. I'll be right back. 2 minutes or less. All right, that's enough, Patriots. Thank you for the break. I appreciate it. We've only been on for 2.5 hours, so no big deal. No big deal. But we are back. Thank you for seeing all those emojis up there. It makes me happy. 200 people did not want to wait for me. Anywho, let's go ahead and listen to what this young lady has to say about being deported. Here we go. Go on, Chef. Tell us what's going on here.
A woman who was ordered deported in 2015 somehow lived in America for 10 years. And now the woke left is claiming that she's the victim because she finally got removed.
The 19-year-old college student detained by ICE while trying to visit her family for Thanksgiving, then deported against a judge's order, now speaking out.
It's been hard.
Days before the holiday, Ani Lopez Bellosa, who is undocumented, tried to fly from Boston to surprise her family. But just as she was about to board, ICE agents pulling her...
Oh, I'm sorry, Mike. This is a MAGA chat, and this is what we do. We celebrate with patriotic emojis. If it's too bad for you, there's a couple of pills that I can give you to get rid of your TDS and one for your DDS as well. Let me know what you need.
...her side and taking her to a detention facility.
As soon as I got there, I burst into tears because I couldn't believe it.
Let's break this down like adults. She came here illegally. A judge ordered her removed in 2015, 10 years ago, and instead of leaving, she just stayed, used our public education system, then went to college.
An ICE spokesperson telling ABC News an immigration judge ordered Ani be removed from the country over 10 years ago when she was a child, and her deportation was justified because she, quote, has illegally stayed in the country since.
And when ICE finally enforces the law 10 years late, suddenly the media is crying, oh no, she was living the American dream. Sorry, I didn't realize the American dream meant breaking the law for 10 years without consequence. The same people who scream no one is above the law are now furious that the law was enforced. Imagine that.
Hours after her detention, a federal judge ordering the Trump administration not to transport Ani out of state or the country. But despite that order, Ani was then flown to Texas and later deported to her native Honduras.
In what universe do you get a deportation order, ignore it for 10 years, and then blame the country that let you stay a decade longer than it should have? The real scandal isn't that she was deported. The scandal is that it took 10 years to do it. 10 years of ignoring a final removal order, and the left still acts like she deserved more time, more chances, more excuses. Yes, this was cruel. Cruel to all legal American citizens who suffer the consequences of this crap.
Previously, federal judges have...
Yeah, see, I don't agree with that. I don't agree that she has the right to come and bitch and complain. This is not your country. It really isn't. If you were supposed to get deported a long time ago, and like the chef said, if you decided to stay and go to school, you went to college, use the system to get your education, the least you can say is, thank you very much. I will now self-deport. And you go back to Honduras with an education, which, by the way, just being able to speak English, I can tell you, myself, just by being able to speak English, you're not asking me, and I don't give a crap if you're a leftist and you just say I should be back in Honduras. I know. My wife is not from Honduras, and that's the main reason why I'm still here. But if I was to go to Honduras, I can live off a salary of $1,500 a month, just by myself, of course. Let's say $2,000 a month. I can live with my family, and we'll be a middle class sort of residents down there. Just because I speak English and I have experience with managerial, etc., my salary starts at $5,500 a month. That is very nice. Believe me, I will live like a king. Yes, a lot of work. I get it. But it's worth it. Trust me, it is worth it. Plenty of things to do in Honduras. I love Honduras. Country of birth, absolutely. But we have plans that we need to continue to follow here. A lot of my patrons that know me for a long time, you guys know exactly what we're doing next year. And we have to stay faithful to that call. And then from then, we'll see what happens. We'll see if there's something that I can continue doing here, then we'll continue doing it. But whatever the case is, what I'm saying to you is this. Any child that was brought up from Honduras, and I'll give you this example personally, okay? Personally. Now, the dollar was about What was the dollar at? I think the dollar was about $17, 17 Honduran lempiras, which, you know, $17 from Honduras, to $1 American dollar, okay? When I was, how old was I? How old was I? Okay, back in 2004. Wait, no, 2004? Really? Yeah, 2004. I was in Honduras. I was going through the really, really dark times, okay? I went back to Honduras because I thought, I know some people make fun of my story here, but it's true. I went to Honduras because something bad happened to me here. Nothing criminal, but, you know, my patrons already know what happened. So I ended up going to Honduras, and I applied for this job at this multicultural center, and they were hiring for $60,000 a year. No, that's right, $60,000 a year. Now that might not seem like much to you, but in 2004, the exchange rate for me to live down there is like making about $250,000 over here in the United States of America. Okay. And so I thought, you know what, this would be great. I'm going to go ahead and get this job, and I'm going to be, you know, I'm going to stay in Honduras. But then you know, something else had happened, and I felt that my responsibility was to come back over here and take care of some things that I had left behind here. And so I came back. But I tell you this, why? Because I didn't have some sort of you know, business manager, master's degree on this and that. No, I simply had some college, but the main thing that I had going for me was I spoke English and Spanish, and I know writing both languages very fluent. And so these kids that come over here that are brought as kids to the United States of America, just the fact, that is right. That is right. But, Ark, come on. I'm trying to protect other people, not myself. But just having that right there, just learning English, you know, it's a big advantage. So it's not like they're going to go to Honduras and be like, oh, my God, I can't get a job. You know, most people actually, it's okay, Trinity. Most people will either put their own business, giving English classes. They just got to go for a quick 6-9 month training for teaching in Honduras, and then they got their own business. Or they can get hired at private schools, which actually they pay pretty good. They pay in dollars, very good salaries because they're very expensive. And people put them in the school because, well, Honduran people, they want to learn English, so they want their children to learn English. That's the biggest advantage. So this young girl here, I mean, she graduated high school. She went to college. Like, her English is pretty good to me. She can be successful in Honduras, period. But you don't get to complain against the country because you were here illegally. I don't care if she's from the country where I come from. The point is that she was down there, and she can be successful in Honduras. She doesn't have family. It's just her. That's the big difference. And if it wasn't for that, I mean, I don't know. She shouldn't be complaining.
Rebuked the Trump administration for appearing to disregard court orders related to deportations. This morning, we asked Ani's message to President Trump.
He said that he was going to get criminals. Then why is he doing that? People like me who are in college doing.
Leftists, Democrats, I don't know why. They have selective hearing. President Trump said that he was going to go after, he was going to prioritize criminals, murderers, rapists, all these people. But everybody that is illegal in this country is going to get deported anyway. So just because, wait a minute, there's still hardcore criminals. Well, how do you know? If you know, give us some information. Where are they? Right? Nobody knows. But he made it clear. If they found out that she was illegal, I wonder how they found out that she was illegal. Riddle me that.
Their dreams, having an education. Why are he doing this to us?
10 years in American public education and a year in college, And she can hardly formulate a coherent sentence in English. It's not Americans' jobs to fund random Honduras illegals' dreams and education. This is such a non-argument, I can't believe this was aired on national television.
We've repeatedly asked the Department of Homeland Security why Ani was deported even after a judge ordered that she not be moved.
And that's why judges get fired. Follow the law. They don't get to see color. They follow the law. If there are illegal, immediate deportation. They're not there to give them 10 years to figure out what the hell is going on. No, you know right there. What's going on, Time? My favorite veteran in the house. Time, it's on my side. Yes, he is. God bless you, Patriot. Thanks you for joining. Let's continue. It's almost over.
They haven't responded to that question.
No response at all?
What's your response for why she was allowed to stay for 10 years illegally, despite a judge's order for deportation in 2015? Why do you only care about the corrupt leftist judges rather than the ones who actually uphold the law? This was a 10-year overdue correction to a system that's too soft, too slow, and too broken to enforce its own laws. So spare me the tears, spare me the headlines, spare me the American dream narratives. You live here illegally for a decade after a removal order. You don't get to play victim. You get removed. End of story. If you're tired of these woke lies and propaganda, then you should subscribe to my channel because I cut through this woke BS every day in my kitchen.
No. We're not going there. We're going to go back.
A woman who...
Because I want to make sure... Where did it go? Where did it go? Where did it go? I want to make sure that you guys go to the Crime Chef channel. And for that, I'm going to go to the end of it right here. There you go. That is his channel. Hopefully you can see that better. There you go. Get that out there. Let me get a refizzle. Damn, that's hot. Woo! Hot, hot. Thank you for subscribing. I hear that ring. Thank you very much. Appreciate you, Patriots. You guys are making me popular. I don't deserve your love. I don't deserve your love. Give me a second, guys. I need some refuel here. Yep. Oh, man, that's what I should have done. I should have stole some sweeteners. I mean, I should have brought some sweeteners from Denny's. I keep forgetting to order some sweeteners. Okay, I do need my sweetener. Well, not really. I can drink coffee without sweetener, but I feel like when I put a little sweetener on my coffee, even if it's just a small little teaspoon of sugar, I feel like I'm spoiling myself. All right, let's see. So, let me see. Anybody in here is against this girl complaining about why she got deported? I don't understand the entitlement of people. I still, for the life of me, I can't understand it. I just don't understand it. We just can't break the law for people. It doesn't matter what their good intentions are. You cannot be here illegal. You don't get to cut the line. You don't get to cut the line. Shame on her parents for doing that to her. All right? That's where I'm at. That's where I'm at. Now, with that being said, we are going to get to a video that I don't think I've seen this one, but you know, sometimes some clips will be included on here. So, Crime Chef, this is the actual video that we're going to watch, and while we watch this, I'm going to go ahead and see if I got the new update that I'm waiting for. And we're going to go ahead and continue. Here we go.
This
If you're a police officer, then you should know you cannot interfere with an ongoing investigation, and by doing so, you are endangering the law enforcement officers.
Y'all were doing jumping cables, and then after that, y'all were trying to get in here. And then what the f*** are y'all doing right there? Yes, sir. Metro. Hey, can I see your badge, please? I don't have it on me.
This is a historic moment, folks. The ICE agent just pulled the Karen's favorite move, demanding a badge number, and the Karen failed to provide it.
Hey, what's your badge number and name? Ah, very good. Well done, Feds. Well done.
Okay. I need you shouldn't be talking like that if you're a police officer. I can talk however I want, sir. Oh, wow. I don't know that's kind of fun with like that. What's your name? Jennifer, I see you. Write it down. So y'all were doing jumper cables and then y'all just started what's going on?
Another reason why you must be a citizen to be a police officer. If she really is a police officer, she would not be talking that way. She should know better. I think she can get suspended, if not fired, for interfering with an investigation. This is why I don't believe. Hey, Omar, welcome. Melissa, welcome. Did Rushbait make it in yet? No, not yet. Okay. This is why I believe that only American citizens should become police officers. And then number one, they got to ask them, are you going to fulfill your duties to make sure the law is represented at all times, regardless if it's Hispanics, Asians, it doesn't matter what you are trying to arrest or defend or protect. This woman clearly is not an officer. And if she is, well, this should be the last thing that she should be on. I wish they would have put her face on the video.
That's not a vehicle. That's not a vehicle. So y'all just decided to come stop her? That's what I'm trying to figure out. We don't need to explain ourselves to you. We're the middle and operation. You should know that, but you know real quick, and you already know, if you're impeding our investigation, you can get arrested. I'd hate for that to happen.
Arrested.
Personally, I would love for that to happen to her. Please arrest her ass.
Me too, Crunch Chef.
So right now we're doing this. Back up. Please back up.
This is a parking lot.
I know it's a parking lot. We're federal agents. For our safety?
No, for our safety, I just want to know, and I want to have...
For our safety, give us our space.
I am giving you space.
Now the self-proclaimed lawyer Karenita wants to intervene in this situation. And based on her words, you can clearly see she doesn't care about the federal agent's safety at all. This is because a Karen is only capable of caring about itself, a purely narcissistic creature.
If you have any influence over her, the agents there are going to break the window and they're going to pull her out. So whatever you want to do, there went. Back up. Hey,
no, you cannot touch me.
Arrest her.
You cannot touch me.
No,
you cannot touch me.
Go ahead.
I do have rights.
Go ahead and
I do have rights.
Yeah, go ahead and feed.
I do have rights.
We will arrest you for impeding.
You cannot arrest me. I'm right here in the parking lot.
Go ahead.
I do have proof.
Go ahead and try it. Go ahead and try it.
I do have proof. I'm sorry,
I know, but you're not about to go into for nothing.
She's not doing anything.
And just like that, the Karenita goes from bold and aggressive to whimpering like an infant.
I understand. Please. We told her multiple times to open the window. There was no. I tried talking to her. She just. I understand. I understand. You're behind her. But please,
You don't understand nothing. You don't understand nothing.
I don't understand.
Through the pain that we go. You don't go through the pain, so don't be coming in here and saying that you do understand, because you don't understand.
It's hard to understand because your English sounds like vomit leaking from your mouth.
You don't understand. She only has one child, and it depends on her.
Why do you want to come to a country illegally when you know the consequences of being here illegally? For you illegal immigrants that are in here in my chat, my mom and my grandma used to tell me something. When somebody misbehaved, whenever somebody was given good advice, when they were taught to respect the law, when they were taught to be respectful to their elders and follow the instructions and be a good person, my mother always used to tell me, and this is for Spanish people, al que por su gusto muere, que lo entierren parado. Now, what that means is, normally when somebody dies, you lay them down to rest. What that means says that if you die by your own will, then you will be buried standing up, meaning you deserve no rest because you created that situation. And I think that this is exactly what happens with illegal immigrants. If they come here illegally, they know. They already know, and I don't care what any of the leftist people say about due process. It is bullcrap. It's the biggest lie that people have made up to make excuses for illegal immigration to happen. And let's be clear. The only reason why Democrats defend illegal immigration is because they want to stay in power. And they are the party of racists, of slavery. See, these people, they want illegal immigrants in this country, because once they get them promise that they will stay here, they will vote for them, and they will continue to vote for them as long as they keep throwing money at them. But what you don't understand, that by supporting that, you are making the new Venezuela of the future. And you don't see it because you have no wisdom. You have no common sense. But if we allow for these leaks to continue to leak, eventually the whole vessel will pop and destroy. You got to stop it before, you got to stop that leak before it gets a bigger leak. Do not make excuses for people to come here illegally. If they were denied a visa to come here legally, that was their due process. If they are caught here illegally, unless they actually made a crime, committed a felony, or something else than just crossing the border illegally and being criminals by being illegally in this country, they need to get deported immediately. And they shall never be able to allow to come back. Now, do you guys get upset about the parents that do this to their children? Or do you get upset at us for following the law? How are you going to fix immigration issues? Giving them papers? Please don't say yes. That'd be the stupidest thing that you can say. They had their due process to come here, and they ignored the response of that due process. It's common sense. Common sense, people. Common sense. Why are you mad at Americans for defending their country? These people knew. They know. They know they're going to get deported. And yet they make babies thinking that that's going to stop the deportation. Well, guess what? Common sense tells me that they can be deported with a child as well. If they don't resist arrest, they're going to get a nice plane ticket back to their country. And then they'll get $1,000 once they arrive in their country. The catch is you have to self-deport. If you wait for these agents to come and arrest you, your ass is going to jail. And your deportation is not going to have a chance to get $1,000. Might not be the nicest ride to go back to your country. And you will never be allowed in this country ever again. By the time your child turns 18, he's not going to be a legal American citizen anymore. I would hope that by then the law changes, that any child of a legal resident or citizen in this country can have citizenship if their children are born here. No child of any illegal immigrant deserves to be called an American citizen, simply for one fact. Their loyalty is to the country of their parents. Well, unless I'm wrong and that one citizen actually loves this country, I'll make an exception. But what happens to those who do love this country and they serve in the military and their parents get deported? How do they change that song? All of a sudden, their government, the United States of America, the country that they swore to protect, all of a sudden, they just became enemies of this country because their parents, who were illegal, got deported. Oh, but I'm a veteran. I served. I did. Shut the hell up. If you're a true veteran, you will continue to defend this country from illegal invasion. Take that to the bank. Okay, all right, guys, don't remove comments. I'm going to allow you. I'm going to give you a chance. Let's start with Miss Graves. Tell me, how would you fix illegal immigration? Tell me, how would you stop illegal immigrants from getting benefits? Anybody that contradicts me, anybody that agrees or disagrees with me, go ahead and tell me, how are you going to protect this country from criminals and illegals to come into this country? If you put anything else besides that, you're gone. Like this moron right here. Bye, Luis. So I want some input. And somebody put her on timeout, I think. We conquered and made a great society. Okay. It's a civil matter, not a criminal one. Okay, Mr. 1158. Okay, here we go. How would you stop them from coming here? I'll give you that civil matter, which is not. That's federal law that they're breaking. That's not civil matter. But anyway, I know that's what CNN told you. That's what ABC says, whatever. I want you to tell me, how will you stop illegal immigration? And how are you going to help the big backlog of those waiting for papers? Tell me, how are you going to fix that? Here we go. Manuel Correa's got some advice. Dennis, your mom had your sister here already. Oh, Jesus. My Lord and Savior, please forgive me. And how do you think my sister came here? Captain, be nice. You get one warning. Build a wall that goes 30 feet deep. My foes in the chat don't understand what citizenship is. Time says that, veteran, you should know there are legal migrant workers already, so no excuse. That's right, baby. Tell him. Time is the badass veteran in the chat. So if you pretend to be a veteran, he'll kick your ass. Let's see. Make due process faster? No. Okay, so Manuel, okay, I'm going to give you that one. Okay. So there is already millions of people in backlogs waiting. See, the whole vetting here, once they come into this country, vetting people, it's not that easy because they are international folks. They can make fake papers. They can make fake identities. It's a lot harder to prove the data from international countries, but nonetheless, they still need to be vetted, okay? So we have that big backlog. How are we going to make it faster for those people to go through the process? Go ahead and tell me that. How are we going to make the process faster? I like this. I like this. Come on, come on. I want to read something smart coming from you guys. The Statue of Liberty is gay, like the French. They should take that shit back. I don't know why the Americans want to keep it. Or we keep it and change the wording on there and says, all legal, law-abiding migrants, welcome. Bring your burden and your etc. But the wording has to change. Just like in the Constitution, persons should be citizens and residents. Anywho, such arrogance and inhumanity, DB, you are lost. Mask for protection of officers. You aren't asking for protesters and rioters to remove their mask. That's right. Why do we have to make it faster? We got a bunch to get rid of first. Exactly, Jay. Okay, I want the leftists to answer this question. I'm giving you a chance. You come into my chat telling me that we're liars and we're just hateful people. Whatever. I want you to answer to me. Okay, so we have millions of migrants waiting for statuses to change. How do we make them get papers faster by following the law and all the steps that we need to follow to vet them? How do we stop that? How do we make it go faster, I mean? I kind of give you a hint already. Well, one, we get rid of illegal immigrants. So what happened in the last 8 years, 12 years? We got over 21, they say close to 50 million illegal immigrants now. All of them cutting the line, making the backlogs even farther back. They are overwhelmed. So how are you going to help the people that have been waiting when you defend these people getting deported? I think these Democrats on here better help those Democrats pick a better candidate for the next election. It's too late. They're too corrupted, my friend. I don't want to sound like a communist, but the Democratic Party is a waste of time and money. They should just get another, you know what, independent and Republicans. That's how it should be. We don't need Democrats. They're too corrupted. They're too power hungry. They're the racist party. They're the creators of the KKK. They are the slave drivers. They are the ones that stand for giving lower wages to their people and taxing the shit out of every single citizen that they can. And they grab and put the American citizens last, all back in the bus and shit, and they grab all the illegal immigrants and call them my constituents. They're backwards. Their ass is on their face, and their face is on their ass. That's how I look at them. Let's see. Nick says, maybe if you didn't suspend all the people talking, having opposing opinions. No, they're not making opinions. They are just insulting. We don't need that shit. I need an opinion, not an insult. Let's see. Dean says, lie, deny, and never admit you're wrong. Democrats. Yeah, that's for sure. Dennis is stating exactly why I left the Democratic Party. You and I both, sweetheart. You and I both. Let's see. Trinity says, yes, they cheated, cut the line, now overwhelm immigration courts. So those who were doing it lawfully are put on the back burner. Yep. And they are the ones paying the price, very unfortunately, because now they look at them and say, hey, wait a minute. these people have been here for so long. They got to go. How did they stay here so long? Well, now they're put on the radar because of the mass illegal invasion. That's why. It's their fault. It's all of these people, all these selfish people that came here on a mass illegal migration. All these caravans being entitled, stuck up, demanding instead of asking, you know, over there making themselves, you know, taller instead of humbling. No, that's not what we need in this country. F you if you don't respect our laws. Let's see what else we got. Crystal says, you are wrong. Okay, you are describing Republicans to a T. And guys, what the hell, man? Let me read the damn comments. Don't remove anybody unless I tell you, please. I want whoever's coming I was reading, I want you to tell me. You guys haven't answered the question. Man, I've been here for almost 4 decades, bro. I want you to answer the question. How are you going to help those in the back of the line that have been waiting for decades already? How are you going to help them get their process to go faster when every single month we've been getting illegal, and they just keep getting pushed back. And the Democrats have been giving these guys asylum, and they don't even qualify for asylum. And yet, somehow, they happen to gather votes very fast. It doesn't matter how horrible the state is or the city might be burning down to the ground, like literally in California, and yet they have enough people saying how great Gavin Newsom is. How does that happen? Well, I have a bunch of illegal immigrants on my chat every day, so I know that's how. But the point is, guys, we're never going to win with logic, with common sense, with patriotism when you have people from Africa that are not even in this country. We got Canadians that have no business in our chat. We got people from the UK, which they have no freedom of speech over there. They let the criminals that are actually doing drugs, selling drugs, raping, killing, offending, but they let them go out free. But they will be more than happy to put a law-abiding citizen in jail because they decided to say something on social media. Almost. I know you.
He thinks you're Charlie Beach. Looking for victims.
This is my best friend. I used to work at JD Sport.
Oh, yeah? Watch this.
He came from Belgium, 2018, to get better life. Because England...
Yes, Larry. Never mind, it's gone. But it wasn't herpes, it was actually a zit.
It's a better life. It's true. England is better.
Just lurking.
They stabbed me for bike.
For a bike?
Bike.
Wow. Just lurking on your head.
Listen right here. I know he's being kind of rude to some people here, but I want you to listen to him.
What a waste of a life. Oh, there he is. The convicted pedophile on the prowl once again. Just let loose.
He's not lying. That's a convicted pedophile.
The guy with the blue bandana. So there goes the guy with the blue bandana, the convicted pedophile, just on the prowl, looking for victims. So guys, you're in the UK, in two-tier Britain, you can get arrested for posting mean tweets. But if you molest children, they let you walk the streets. And he's gone. You know the knife situation in this country is bad when the Africans come together to protest against knife crimes. You're an angry man. You're an angry man. Smile, bro. It's a beautiful day to be happy. Why so mad, bro? Oh, who do we have here? Who do we have here on the prowl again? I rebuke you in the name of Jesus Christ.
Jesus loves you. The Son of God loves you.
Be gone, demon.
Where do you think all the ideas? Halloween, we celebrate it. Witches, vampires. Oh, it's fun. Do you know that there is witchcraft is real?
It is.
Do you know that people will be sacrificing blood this month?
Dun 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 dun.
The Masons and all these things. Witchcraft is real.
Be gone, demon.
There are people that
I rebuke you.
They sacrifice.
Yeah. I can't see his face. I rebuke you in the name of Jesus Christ. Be gone.
Remove the mask. Now, I don't like him because he's not really saying it seriously. He's just using it as a joke. Technically, it could be a blasphemy, but I'm not going to judge him on that.
Demon, be gone.
You know, this month there'll be sacrifices going on. What? Watching October, there's all
Be gone, evil spirits.
It's real. The devil is
YouTuber at a time.
and he hates you. The Bible says
We will get rid of the evil spirits. Hey, he's coming back. Watch out, watch out.
the devil prowls around like a
You alright?
looking
You fine?
for someone to devour.
Dun dun.
Where do you think all the
Dun, dun.
mental health issues? Who
Dun 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 dun.
Where do you think that comes from? There is a real devil who's a fallen angel. There are
So
real
he's talking about evil spirits.
there are other fallen angels.
You can tell this dude right here is high as a mofo.
Angels that rebel with Satan were kicked out of heaven.
Be gone, demon.
There are holy angels and there are evil angels.
Be gone.
Satan. Satan means the accuser.
Just lurking.
Satan who
Just lurking.
Adam and Eve. Satan.
Satan. Satan's army. On the prowl. Yeah, he's getting his friends. Oh, there we go. There he comes. He's got something in his hand. Look, 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 look. He's got something. Oh, he's got something in his hand. What's he got there? He is not well. Looks like a mess.
Mental health is real, man, and I think these really are demonic everywhere. You just can't tell. But there's a lot of demons out there just messing with people's heads, and some of them come here to my chat. They really do. That's what I'm going to say, guys. These demons are they're just going to keep attacking. It is what it is. They don't understand. They can't see truth. It's invisible for these people. They have no common sense.
You alright?
That's got fucking grey hair in his beard.
Yeah. Watch the glass. Watch the glass.
What happened here? Did you just fucking nearly slap me in my face?
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, so he did what? He did something to him. Oh, he's got the glass. Watch the glass. Maybe open the umbrella. Open the umbrella.
Yeah, he started.
Yeah.
Wow. You just arrested me in it. You got it on camera, innit?
Well, you're starting shit. You're starting shit. You starting first. Watch out, watch out. So for all my international viewers and my American viewers, here in the UK, these guys are just basically ticking time bombs. They've come over from who knows where. They just hang around the city centers, and yeah, it's just a matter of time until they get a bit stabby or they get a bit explosive, and yeah, as you can see, they kick off really quick, so you have to watch your back. These guys are sneaky. They have no morals. They'll stab you from the side, from behind, whatever. So we're on the Crocodile Garden Safari once again, the urban safari. That's right. How are you? And there are kids about, families about, and he is just on the prowl, searching for a victim. Somebody like that just needs to be locked away for eternity. Whoa, 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 whoa. And they have got
these guys with these puffy jackets. They are actually drug dealers.
it. Broccoli haircuts. They all have the same broccoli haircuts. Oh, there goes Gangster Boy giving us the evil eye. Whoa, he's a hard man.
No way. Oh my God, what's it called? Wait, what's the name again?
Me?
Yeah.
Fred.
Fred, that's what it's called. I got a picture of
You nut! Broccoli boys. Oh, there go the gang signs. There go the gang signs. You nut! There we go.
Cutting edge, I didn't see that, my bad. Thanks, brother. Yep, you know it, man. I really believe, honestly, cutting edge, I really believe mental asylums, bro, they are a must. A must. And I'm going to tell you something. Mondani is not wrong about an idea to make rich people feel safer. You know, this 2% that he wants to raise in taxes, he's not going to do it for the reasons that I would use it. But I think that some of the taxes that are being raised by the city should pay for a building where they can actually hire. You know it's going to take millions every year. But it's possible that they can have professionals, strong people that can go over there, professionals that can help mentally unstable people, counselors, etc. You name it, the whole big shebang. This part of socialist program, I agree with, but I have to see results. A good social program is not saying we're going to give $1 billion to schools and the schools get worse. Why? No more giving money to schools. You got to starve them. And illegal immigration. Here we go again. Okay? That is a problem. They take too much space in schools. Our American children, the children of those who are here rightfully, are not getting the education that they deserve, unfortunately, because of a lot of illegal immigrants' children. And let's be honest, they are rabbits compared to us when it comes to reproducing. Well, not me. I made my part. I made seven kids. I don't know how many you guys made, but I did my part. It's so wonderful to be in America. But you know what? I feed off of you guys. The positivity, the comments that I get from you, it helps me to have the energy to try to explain why some things are not working. But mental asylums, it's on the list. Veterans, Native Americans, what do we have? Homelessness, that is on the agenda. Farmers, it's on the agenda. Police officers, on the agenda. To make Seattle attractive, make some special benefits for big corporations when they create thousands and thousands of jobs here in Seattle, Washington, Bellevue, Renton, etc. Make incentives for them to want to bring their corporations here so that people can get jobs, so that we don't have to depend on socialists, and then let their people go after their wealth. Let them be prosperous. Let them earn their keep. Because when you earn your keep, you appreciate what you have and value more what you work for. Any hard-working Hispanic will agree with me that if you are given something every day, eventually you don't appreciate it. But if you have to work hard for it, you know how hard it is to get that. And therefore, you will be more grateful when you achieve such goals. it takes forever for me to learn what I've learned. It will take forever for me to achieve what I want to achieve, but I'm not going to give up for as long as I am alive. I'm going to continue to work, use my, my imagination, use my will, my working ethics, and I have to apply them every day. I have to remind myself to give myself some selfie time, some family time, to be able to distract my mind, but I have to stay focused on the goal because I don't want to live off handouts. I want to earn my living. So people need to do the same thing. But if you were illegal in this country, you don't belong here, period. Self-deport. Do yourself a favor.
Just the normal thing to do, walk around in public with a balaclava on. I'm that guy. Deport! Everywhere you look, there are just gangs of menacing youth just hanging about. Truly, the UK's craziest city. So, last round through Crackadilly. How you, man? You fine? Oh yeah. Oh, there we go. 4K, got your face. Too late. Too late. Got you already. Or what? Broccoli head. Broccoli boys. 4K video. Oh man, that's what happens when your parents are related. That's what happens when your parents are siblings. Fucking hell. Did you got a 5 head? 6 head? Or
wonderful migrants.
Go on, 5 head. 5 head. Broccoli head, 5 head. He needs to be baptized in the name of the Lord. Yeah, very interested. Oh, fucking hell.
When it flashes red, means it's still
yeah. It's getting kind of twitchy already.
Yeah, it's getting a bit stabby around there.
Yeah, it's getting a bit stabby. Oh, another stolen bike. What does an engineer and doctor get for his birthday? Your bicycle.
Heard from you? Yeah, I was not sure. Is it you? Nice work.
Nice to meet you, man. Everywhere you go, gangs of youth, gangs of crackies, gangs of engineers and doctors, just out and about.
This guy's having a fucking seizure over here. This guy's having a fucking seizure over here.
Fuck's sakes. Dude, everywhere you look in this city, there is just something happened. Is he okay? Should probably call the ambulance for him. Street preacher.
Jesus, the Son of God, is the
You okay? You fine?
warrior ever. He healed people, healed blind eyes.
So we've made it to, what is this part of town called, Fred?
Exchange Square.
Exchange Square. Big shopping center over here, Arndale.
Hi guys, how you doing?
Fine, how are you, sir?
Very well. Do you know why? Because I'm 7 weeks into off the crack cocaine.
That's awesome, man. Good news.
What I'm saying, man.
Nice one, dude. Congrats.
One day at a time, as we say out there.
That's it, bro. That's it. Nice one, man.
Thank you.
All the best. We'll keep
7 weeks off crack cocaine. Now he's selling books. Good job, buddy. But I think he's still on crack.
it up.
Absolutely amazing, mate. Absolutely amazing.
So, how you, man? You fine?
What channel is that?
Code Cash.
I want some brandy.
Some brandy?
Yeah.
Some brandy and Coke. Clip drift. Or some, what do they call it in?
Coconut water.
Some boom.
Boom.
In Jamaica, no?
Yeah.
Jamaican?
Yeah, man.
Some boom.
Rum and everyone. Boom.
And boom.
Very welcome.
What's the other one they drink?
Magnum.
Magnum? No, there's another one.
Super Malt. Baba Roots.
Baba Roots. What's the rum called there?
Shay Ray and Nephew.
That's it. That's the one.
And Barbados rum is Mount Gay.
Mount Gay. Mount Gay.
Yeah.
That's the drinks.
Then you gotta light it up.
You gotta light it up to have a better time.
Yeah, man. Respect.
Respect. Real bad man. Cheers, man. What a guy. Sorry?
I don't know. I wasn't even filming you until you started shouting. I don't. I wasn't even filming you. I was filming myself, and then you started shouting at me. I can't hear you, man. You're mumbling. I can't hear you, man. You
Getting people fucking doing press-ups and that. Stop filming me now.
No. No.
No.
Oh, fuck, man. Please don't. No, please don't.
I'm going, mate. Put camera down, mate.
Please don't, dude. Please don't. Please don't. I'm sorry. I won't do anything. I'm sorry, man. I'm sorry, Governor. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, man. I'm sorry, dude. I'm sorry. Jeez. Gonna put a blade in me. Gonna put a blade. You don't have to get that.
He's an Afrikaner from South Africa, just in case you're wondering.
Aggressive, dude. I'm a friendly.
Fuck off.
It's okay, man. I don't mean any harm. Jeez, I apologize. No, they started with me. I wasn't even filming. They started with me. They started with me. You guys started with me.
Oh, here's a Karen boy defending him and saying, "Leave him alone."
I wasn't even filming you. Leave us alone.
Look at this the Karen man.
Leave us alone. Fucking hell, man. Go wash your hair, dude. Go wash your hair, man. Go wash your hair, dude. Use some shampoo and conditioner. Fuck's sakes. You. Oh, my feelings. My feelings. Woo. Go wash your hair. Greasy head. Greasy head. Greasy head. Woo. Is that the size of your wee-wee? Oh, you got a knife. Oh, you're going to get the police on you, buddy. Oh, you're going to shank me, yeah?
We'll get the police on you.
Do it. Do it. Do it.
He shouldn't be arguing with them. They're obviously mentally unstable.
Yo, that's an Indonesian producer. Hey, it's a Charlie fucking nugget. Fucking little muppet.
He thinks you're Charlie Beach. We weren't even filming these guys. They started with me. I was filming with a really nice Jamaican guy, and then they started with me. Leo, ten cuidado, ten cuchillo, né? Leo, ten cuidado, ten cuchillo, ele. Hey, you too. You fuck off, man. You fuck off.
At least he tries to speak Spanish. I got to give him credit for that. I understand what he's saying, even though he's mispronouncing it.
You fuck off.
You're filming him. Don't film me.
You started with me, buddy. You started with me. I wasn't even filming you.
I said don't film me.
I wasn't even filming you. I wasn't even filming you. Just.
Show who my mum works for.
I don't. Oh yeah. Call your mummy. Call your mummy.
Mom. CGL. You're the CGL.
What?
You're the CGL.
No.
You will do. That's who my mum works for.
Show us.
Reach into your mum's pussy, mate.
Whoa.
Hey.
Wow, friendly guys, huh? Friendly guys. Friendly guys.
Oh, you're not allowed to film it.
I literally am.
They're not allowed to film
He's gone to the guy in the high vis. Yeah, because he's going to save the authorities. Yeah. The Jamaican guy was actually really nice.
That's right. No, not anyone.
Oh, look, he's got something. Dude. Watch out. Stay away, huh?
Stop touching.
Are you coming up to us? Yeah. I don't know. Stay back, buddy. Stay back. Make me.
What?
Make me.
Spit at you, mate.
Spit at me. I'm gonna fucking put you out your wheelchair. Wheel away. Hey, just walk it off, man. Fast and Furious.
We go.
Whoppa! Go brush your teeth.
Don't come towards me then.
Don't come to us.
You guys crazy, man.
Toretto. Abbas and all of this. Your friendly local beggars. Oh, you punched that guy before?
No, different guy.
Oh, different guy.
That guy had no legs. The guy punched him with one leg.
Is he wheeling down to follow us?
Yeah, he's really, really angry.
Yes, bro. Nice one. So that's yeah.
I think he's really trying to trigger somebody on the street, but I mean, you know, I watched this for a while, and some of the stuff that you see on here, really. It's unbelievable. The drug addicts, the mental health problem. This is the exact thing that we're starting to see a problem here in Seattle. They're multiplying. Now this is, you know what? There was let me go take a look at Brandy's videos. I want to show you something because of this, okay? I want to show you something. Brandy put a clip on here. Let me see if I can find it. Please tell me I can find it. Maybe it's on this list. Not there. I will find it. Give me a second. FBI charges Portland rioter with threatening agents. That's not it. I want to find something for you. It's very important that I show it to you. Just hang in there. Hang in there with me. Oh, man, it's not going to be on my list. Come on. Where are you? Give me 1 second, guys. Give me 1 second. Come on, show it to me. Deputy handcuffed liberal for destroying awarded signatures. Blaming Brandy, Reagan Bundy. No. Come on, where are you? Cho. Oh, man, I don't see it. Doggone it. So, there's a video that I share with you about in Seattle, Washington. Exodus, no. Yeah, I won't be able to find it with the thumbnails. Yeah, I won't be able to find it. All right, so there was a video. There was a video that was made here about Seattle. The journalist is Cho. What's his name? Cho. I forget his first name. Cho. Let's see if I can find this guy first. Let me see if I can find him. The Cho Show. There we go. Okay. All right. Let me see. Here, let's see. Seattle Mariners fans brawl. Homeless man brutally rule. Whoa. Cannot read that out here. Bellevue's homeless housing nightmare getting worse. Seattle Space Needle under siege by drug encampments. All right, let's take a look at this. But I still want to point something out. We'll probably find this video in here eventually. But let's take a look and see. This guy, he's an investigative journalist, a reporter, okay? Now, he's not for Fox or anything. I believe he has partnered up with Turning Point USA. So let's go ahead and take a quick look at this video. Let's get rid of Cass.
I have no idea what you said, dude.
Me neither. Let's go ahead and flick this in here. Of course, I don't have copyright for that song. Yeah, that's here in Seattle. Look at that. That's their home. That's their house.
Harold has just given up since he's leaving office.
All right, if you're not watching this live, you're probably not going to be able to watch this clip unless we can remove the actual music that is being played, okay?
The city's latest problematic drug encampment is right in front of the Museum of Pop Culture. This is a high-traffic area right at Seattle Center, across the street from the Gates Foundation.
Thank you, Janet. Appreciate it. This has become one of my favorite hats, to be honest. One of them, because I got two before this one. I should really put my show, the Dennis Herrera Show hat, on the number one, but the truth is that is not the number one. My number one is my 47 black golden letters, and then there's my white hat, Make America Great Again, and then that's it, and then is this one, number 3, number 4. And then number 5, number 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. I don't know. There's many more hats. Thank you for the compliments, guys. I appreciate every single one of you guys. Let's continue to watch. This is Seattle, Washington. This is something that we have to tackle in the future.
My gosh, look at this behind me. This is out of control. Dumpsters near this encampment are now just filling up. Yet the city now for weeks has done nothing.
I want to point out, this is a tourist attraction area. This is supposedly where the tourists come to visit the Space Needle and the museum. It is unbelievable. Not only is this garbage here, but everything is so freaking expensive. Like, you literally have to be middle class or rich to be able to come into downtown Seattle now. And then you'll wonder why corporations are going away. Unbelievable. Small businesses, they don't have a chance with the pricing. They don't have a chance with the taxing, with the regulations and all these other taxes that they want to charge on them. It is crazy.
Think about it. Neighbors, people living in Seattle, taxpayers are asking why this is still being allowed to flourish.
Oh my God, there's a dude sleeping in his car here. Several people. Wow.
So I decided to go in there to kind of get a sense of who's living here, how long these people plan on staying, and what's happening. Whose property is this? Whose property is this? Is this yours? Is this yours?
Hit me?
Nope, you don't come near me, bro. You want Fetty? You didn't play baseball, did you, kid?
Absolutely aggressive. They claim to own this property now. All right, looks like the natives are getting restless here. Homeless drug addicts have taken over an entire park. Now they're throwing rocks. Meanwhile, the city isn't doing anything.
So outgoing Mayor Bruce Herrera has about a month left in office. This is clearly another epic failure by his administration. All of the sweeps, all of the encampment removals, these locations now are starting to repopulate. It got global media attention from outlets like the Daily Mail. And yet still the city is refusing to come in and clear this encampment. The reason why this is totally failing is that, number one, most of the people now coming in to live on the streets
Seattle is my town.
Seattle aren't even from the city.
I went to high school out in Auburn.
Oh, you're from Auburn, that area. You're from Alaska?
I'm from Alaska, but this is where I live.
But number two, it's this response. The response of Housing First, where they basically believe in giving everyone a free apartment or studio, no strings attached, no requirements to go into detox or treatment, no requirements to find a job, and this insane harm reduction strategy, where they give away free drug supplies. So a vicious cycle continues. It's on the streets. You see it at this encampment right now. People are just hanging out, chilling. They're fighting, they're arguing with each other, and of course, they're all doing fentanyl. Incoming Mayor Katie Wilson really needs to figure out if she's going to continue the same failed housing first and harm reduction strategies and policies that have essentially allowed these situations to flourish on the streets for the past 4 years under the Herrera administration, or she can quickly pivot and require these people on the streets to get into treatment and detox before being given any type of housing.
That's crazy. Hey, welcome to Seattle, guys. Welcome to Seattle. I want to show you an actual video. Where is it? I can't find it still. Still can't find it. There is people trying to, work to fix homelessness. So let me see. This video is from a month ago.
We turn now to Seattle, where the spotlight on the homeless crisis there is unmasking what some residents say is a much more sinister threat to the city. There's a new report from 2 conservative think tanks that claim that people associated with Antifa have woven themselves into the homeless nonprofits that operate in the city. The report claims that these people purposely create chaos during homeless encampment removals and even encourage violent crime and drug use in the streets. We sent our investigative correspondent, Rich McHugh, to Seattle to see for ourselves if this report is true. News Nation's Rich McHugh joins us now. Rich, it's not just conservatives who say this is happening, is it?
Hi, Elizabeth. No, these are voices across the political spectrum here in Seattle, all grappling with the issue of homelessness, which is essentially a drug crisis as well, which you can see in virtually every park here in Seattle. I want our viewers to take a look at this park where the homeless essentially have taken over all their drug paraphernalia. We've spoken with 3 people here, many people, but 3 people, a reporter, a longtime police officer, and someone.
Does that background look familiar to you guys? Does that look familiar to you guys? That's right.
Who works inside the homeless advocacy here, and what they say and what we saw.
That's where I took that background on my desktop that you see right now. And I took that one when I was actually, when I went live, when I took that drive to Seattle not too long ago.
Is beyond shocking.
Pretty much all the drug addicts, criminals, the black market of stolen goods, it all thrives here. I mean, look at this guy, completely blitzed out of his mind. He's ODing on something, has a sandwich in his hand. I mean, this again is a drug crisis.
Jonathan Cho is a reporter for Turning Point USA and a researcher for the Discovery Institute, a conservative group which collaborated on the report.
It's a totally lawless environment, Rich, and the city just allows this.
A year ago, this was a park built for the community. Today, it's the epicenter of Seattle's homeless.
I will tell you, that piece that you saw right there was gorgeous before. It was beautiful.
And drug crisis. Every day, school kids pass by unfazed.
No one's getting at the root causes of what's happening here on the streets, and that's the problem, but that's exactly how this nonprofit homeless sector operates.
People get used to it. People get used to ghetto, especially migrants that come from third world countries where their countries are shitholes. They get used to seeing garbage, graffiti, homeless, drug addicts. They get used to seeing it. So when they come here, they just multiply with it. They don't change. They don't see, hey, this is not where I want to be. This is crazy. I'm not going to do drugs. I'm not going to do this. They get used to it. And you see it. Students, they just walk by all this stuff like no big deal. It's just as horrible as New York. It's just as horrible as New York.
Cho says it's all financial grift by the homeless industrial complex and that Antifa has infiltrated all of it.
Well, what's happening right here is being enabled by the homeless nonprofits. And the homeless nonprofits, the research shows, is working with far-left militants and progressive groups and violent domestic terrorists like Antifa.
If it sounds far-fetched, take it from someone inside the homeless sector here.
It's the same faction of people who link up and protest and, do the black bloc, and, they're often the same people we see working inside social services.
Andrea Suarez, lifelong Democrat and Seattle resident, started a volunteer organization, We Heart Seattle, to clear trash from parks and homeless encampments.
Oh my God, you're so get the hell out of here!
She said she had no idea she'd come face to face with Antifa.
I've been attacked. My staff has been attacked. We've been pushed into traffic. We've had...
But here's the question.
Yeah.
Why?
I'm not in alignment with their ideology. They don't want the city cleaned. Who in their right mind would come after a middle-aged woman for picking up trash?
The connection between the homeless industrial complex and the tie-in to Antifa. It's there clear as day.
Mike Solon has been with Seattle PD for 26 years and is the president of Seattle Police Officers Guild.
These activists, these Antifa mobs, the people that are supporting the homeless industrial complex are the ones that target the police officers.
He says in 2020, Antifa firebombed his office.
People that align themselves with socialist political ideology are the ones that are causing a lot of the energy around anti-police, pro-homeless agenda that aren't interested in solving the problem.
They know that the homeless crisis is chaotic and out of control, and they want to take advantage of that chaos.
They don't want people to actually get help.
Now, this is one of the more complicated and eye-opening stories I've reported on recently.
Carrie, 4812, 100%. Finally, somebody has sense. 100%. That is exactly how that works. The manager, the person that manages the homeless apartment building, makes $400,000, and they don't fix, they don't manage at all. Homeless are just there doing drugs and overdosing themselves, and the manager doesn't do anything. $400,000 a year. And that's just one. Well done, Carrie.
Elizabeth, we reached out to a number of the high-profile housing nonprofits in the homeless sector here. None of them even responded. And given that President Trump has recently declared Antifa a domestic terror group, I expect more eyes on this soon. Back to you.
Yeah, the question is why? Why wouldn't you want people to get better? Why wouldn't you want Seattle cleaner and safer? Rich McHugh, stay on the story. Thank you.
Yeah, why, right? That's the answer. Carrie just said it. That is exactly why. That is why. I'm going to show you this video. These people were protesting.
I want to see.
These people were protesting. This is where I went, Trinity, for that meeting with Brandy Cruz, where we were gathering those signatures about voter ID, and then also no man on girls' locker rooms, etc. And this is the people that show up to protest that event. They want men in women's and girls' locker rooms.
What the group of aging white hippies was going to be protesting today. It looks like they want to protest to keep men in girls' sports.
I was told by the people inside that if you signed these, that parents would actually get their rights back so they could have more access to information for their kids and so on and so forth.
I think you should read it. I've read the entire initiative, and it shows what the original text is and what the new text is.
So what's problematic?
They're very deceptively worded, and they actually take away a lot of rights from students.
Transphobes are weird.
Pretty weird.
Number one, we're talking about parents' rights. She says there's a lot of weird wordings in there, blah, 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 that trunks the student rights. No, it's the parents' rights. They're minors. The parents have control of their children's lives, not their children. So that's what we're voting against. And these people want to be able to indoctrinate your children. That's why they're against it. See, it's easier for them to live in a very perverted world if they can convince the youth to be perverts, to be sexually immoral. And it's easier for these lunatics to live in a world where the children will grow up to just grab it as a natural thing to see and no big deal. Nothing to see. Move it along. Common sense, guys. The people here on the left, they just won't get it. They're Trantifia and Tranquifa. Unbelievable.
Who are you guys calling transphobes?
Not going to talk to you, John.
Are you a professional activist?
He's just a plant. We all have a right to be here. Yeah, we put that in my face, but you're not.
Hey, you just want to talk to the council member?
No, thank you.
Ma'am, I'm just curious why you're standing out here as an elected official.
Lindsay Walsh is a Quad City Council president. This is the people in government. I kid you not. All the people that we have in government are the rainbow people. No joke. There's a problem with that. And I am not trying to be phobia anything. They are destroying our country, and they need to be put in their place. They can be free to do whatever they want, but enough with this indoctrination. Keep that shit behind doors. Keep it in the closet. Keep it to yourself. Stop supporting the destruction of our cities.
You're making me uncomfortable. You're pushing okay, I'll step back. Yeah, tell me why you're here today.
You know why I'm here today, so.
Why? Well, I want you to explain it to me. so I can understand, so that we can mend the divide in this country that's happening.
Uh-oh, I might be in here, guys. I think that's me right there. I think this is me right there. Let's see.
When my family and I respectfully spoke up about fairness and safety for biological girls, we never expected the backlash that would follow. We have been called hateful, transphobic, and big.
God bless you, Anna Lee Wilson.
Bigots.
She is a sweetheart. Oh, man.
Phobic and bigots. Adults have called me stupid, and adults have told my parents that they should be ashamed of me.
Where did he go to school?
That's a good question.
There's two initiatives this year. The first one is parents' rights, and this is something that we did in 2024, which gave parents the right basically to know what's going on with their kids at school. And then this year in 25, when nobody was looking, or we're trying to do it when nobody was looking, they gutted the parts of the bill that gave parents the right.
Parents don't have a right to have notice. They don't have a right to have consent. Can you believe that? That's right. Who controls the educational system? Well, the government does. Not the parents, the government. The government. What do you think about that statement right there? What do you think about that statement? Anybody in here? That is crazy, guys. This is what we're up to. Don't you think exposing your kids to people of all types will better prepare them to be understanding and compassionate adults? No. I don't think knowledge is indoctrination. No. You need to let your children grow up innocent. At the right age, they will start learning things as their body changes. And you need to be there to explain to them what those changes are. But you don't just throw them out there in the world and learn all this perverse behavior. You address it as it comes, but you don't indoctrinate it. You don't tell children that are 5 years old that it's okay to be a girl if you're a boy. My kids know that. They know better. I teach them, and I talk with them open. They don't hide anything from me, and anything that they know that they can tell me anything that happens in school. Even if they know they're going to get in trouble. Especially my daughter, who I treasure the most. She calls me as soon as something happens. She lets me know. This happened. This is what I said. This is what I did. And I'm on her side for her honesty. But I will whoop her if she steps out of line. And you know what? She knows that. So she behaves. I don't have to be on top of my daughter all the time with what she's doing in life. But she knows the morals that I stand with. And she knows what makes me proud. Right? Yes, I love you too. Sweetheart.
Right to know what's going on with their kids.
So if people actually sign these two initiatives, ultimately, what will these accomplish?
So that one will repeal the law that they passed in the legislature this year, restores it back to what we got passed in 2024.
Pray for those who are confused and vulnerable. Pray for our schools and pray for our country.
The second initiative is the Protecting Girls Sports. And this one basically says that only biological girls are allowed to play in sports designated.
All right, you want to see Fatty Dennis? You want to see Fat Dennis on camera? Let's see. Let me go back just a couple of seconds here. I'll show you Fat Dennis here.
Girls are allowed to play in sports designated.
You see it? You missed it. That was it right there. That guy in the gray sweater there. That was me.
For girls.
You may feel small, but don't forget the silent majority is awakening, and we are bigger than you have ever seen before.
When we fight back, when
that fat guy right there, that's me, right here. Even though this guy's actually bigger than me, but because I got my phones in my pocket, that is me right there, in case you were wondering.
we fight back, when we fight back,
I want to see what the...
All right. All right. Well, you raise your children the way you want to raise them, but you don't get to tell my children how you want to raise them. I get to say that. I have my right. I'm the parent. I am not my children's best friend. I am their father. And the sooner that you come to terms with it, you will be a great parent. You are not your children's best friend. You are the parent. Your responsibility. It's unbelievable. I don't have the video that I wanted to show you from the apartment community. Doggone it. That was the best one, to be honest. What is this here? The mayor of Seattle.
You ain't gonna believe this. I got an email while Claudia and Germain was talking, saying that Katie Wilson is not coming.
Is she okay? Is she okay? What happened? Why not? Is she okay? Why not?
She said that she's not feeling well. She wants me to pass on her apologies, which I am not. So I want the audience poll. Should I have the mayor turn his convoy around and go back home, or should I give the mayor 1 hour with you guys without Katie Wilson? I can't hear you. What do you say?
I think we had 2 debates a couple of days ago, and I said my opponent has never hired 1 employee. And my opponent said, that's not true. And then her campaign manager said, she hired me. And then I said to my opponent, well, how many employees have you hired? And my opponent wouldn't answer the question.
Candidates are scared. It's crazy.
That's terrible. I think that, I mean, it's a little cowardly.
What do you make of Katie Wilson bailing?
I can't believe it. What's up with that?
Scared. She's scared.
She still won. That's all I'm going to say about that. I'm not even going to take their side. She still won, and that's all that matters. All right, let's see. I'm going to get to this video.
You're doing drugs in an Asian American neighborhood, and you're things up. There are kids here, right there. You're smoking fentanyl, and you don't give a shit about the kids? I'm in Seattle's Chinatown International District here at 12th Ave and Jackson Street, and it is a disaster right now.
12th and Jackson's a war zone.
Drug addicts, open air, black market of stolen goods, and the cops are just rolling by. They're not stopping to get out of their vehicles to...
There is nothing that the police can do. The police are told they cannot arrest people doing drugs.
Clear these corners. How much?
$7 for that? It's $55.
Veuve Clicquot, man, for $7?
72, yeah.
That's a good deal. What do you got? Juicy bag?
Yeah.
Nah, I'm looking for Pokemon cards. You got Pokemon?
Damn, I just threw one away. I'm keeping them next time. I had a whole bunch of motherfuckers too, man.
You have like no business here right now. And you have all of these new business owners who have come into the CID hoping to start up and take advantage of the opportunities here right now, and yet they can't run a business.
We call them all the time, or every week.
You call the city every week?
Yeah, but they keep ignoring.
They keep ignoring it.
Yeah.
Outgoing Mayor Bruce Harrell doesn't care anymore. Mayor Harrell has had now 4 years to handle just 2 city blocks here in Chinatown ID, but clearly he's absolutely failed, and that's going to be a part of his legacy. Meanwhile, incoming Mayor Katie Wilson, the community says they've never even seen her during the campaign trail, so it's unclear if she's going to be able to handle this crisis on the streets. Oh, and by the way, Seattle's supposed to be getting the World Cup next year. World class! It might be time for the Trump administration to come in and just clear these streets or take the World Cup away from the city. We got one left, it looks like.
Dirty motherfuckers.
They all stole from you?
Yeah.
It is an absolute disaster right now in Chinatown International District.
Why do I think and say what I say and think? Because this is the reality of the cities that we live in. This is what happens. We have problems already. Drug problems, homeless problems. We got migrants waiting for paperwork to be completed. We cannot stand by and just think that millions of people that are not supposed to be here, it's okay. If you supported Democrats before, I will just tell you, Democrat Party does not exist anymore. I'm sorry to bust your bubble, but that is the truth. If you want to save this country, if you are a true patriot of this country, you will stand with the rest of the Americans like us that believe that illegal immigration is never good. It just isn't. And it's very important that we stay aware of what's actually happening around us. See, people come into my chat and they come in here making accusations, calling us names, etc. You know, they're idiots. They're just here to insult. They're not here to produce any great opinions or anything. They're just here to cause division, misinform, and then they say that we are hateful, that we are misinforming, that we are the problem, when we are the only ones trying to fight for this country to stay great. They hate to hear, make America great again. They hate to hear Gulf of America. You know what? Why? Because they hate the United States of America. Think about it. If they love America, they wouldn't hate the Gulf of America. They'll probably think it's ridiculous, but they wouldn't hate it. Thus, I wear it, and I wear it outside as well. And I get a lot of compliments from people. They always tell me that I'm number one. Oh, yeah. I always get the happy looks from everybody that sees me on the street. I try to wear all my hats to see which one actually gets more attention. Guys, if you haven't found out who Cho is, go to his channel and subscribe. This is his channel right here. Mark him up. Give him some subscribers. He's got 39.3 subscribers, 39.3 thousand subscribers. Not to overwhelm you with information, but there is something in there that you might like. Throw a couple lines in there and mention my name. Who knows? Maybe I will collab with him on the street. I wouldn't mind going on the street with him and, maybe even help him out because he is crazy. He goes out there in the middle of the night by himself. Not something that I would do. It will trigger my anxiety. I'm just going to get in trouble. So we are trying to avoid that. So there you go. John Cho or Jonathan Cho. Okay, at Joe Cho, and then you can go ahead and subscribe to his channel. And I believe, guys, somebody told me to look for SEG, but that's just renewable energy, electrical energy in the UK. People can sell the energy that they don't consume, etc. Not a very interesting topic. So whoever told me that, sorry, but it's not something that we will spend time on. And guys, happy Saturday. If you have been with me here this long, thank you for being here with me this long. I appreciate every single one of you guys. Thanks for the likes. Thanks for the subscribes. Thank you for being my members. Guys, you have a wonderful rest of your weekend. Maybe, just maybe, I will see you guys tomorrow. But if there is something new, if we got some live feeds going on, I will definitely come online so I can say hello to all you, my beautiful American patriots. Hopefully we get less and less haters and more American patriots. That, my friends, would be amazing. Use common sense. When you come to the Dennis Herrera show, use common sense. Before you say something dumb and mention it as a fact, you can always say, I think this is the way, or I think this is happening. But when you make comments like somebody did earlier about the president of Honduras, after I know that I have gone through every single search that I can do, different testimonies from different people, even documentaries, people from my country, people that live in Honduras. I went around, I saw what happened in Honduras. I saw crime, I saw infrastructure. Everything was working awesome. I was impressed. But socialists continue to try to ruin this world. Let's be clear. The end of the world is not made by us humans. We know how it ends. There's nothing that we can do to stop wars, not forever. I would just say, get right with God. And with that, God bless you, God bless your family, and God bless the US of A. Have a good night.